Internet. I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Bad Erotica Book Club. Happy Saturday. How's everyone's weekend going? It's less than 1,000,000,000 degrees here, so I'm happy. Because let me tell you, last week, way too close to melting. But I'm trying to recall what... I think the entire last week, the whole chapter was just the helicopter crash. And we discovered that being a self-made billionaire doesn't make you smart. Hello, Link! Because Christian Grey and Associate were too stupid to locate a phone for like 8 hours. He's also the most inconsiderate person in the history of ever. Because we're supposed to believe he genuinely did not think that his family would be worried about him. And the family is one thing, but you're a public figure, dude. You're a local celebrity. You're a business, icon. There's other things that are going to be affected if you are missing or dead. And with a helicopter crash, that's going to lead people to think that you're dead. So, find a damn phone. It just pushed the stupid into a whole other level. Because, again, it's trying to make him seem like the hurt puppy thing, that doesn't know that his family really loves him, blah, blah, blah. Except I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a second. Because he doesn't act like that. If he wasn't such a raging narcissist, egomaniac, control freak, because these are not characteristics of somebody who feels unloved. The very fact that he is such a narcissist tells you it doesn't matter whether other people love him. He wouldn't notice if they did or didn't. And he won't care if they do or they don't. So, it's not that he's hurt puppy that, can't accept the love of others. He's just a narcissist who only cares about himself and his own pleasure and doesn't care about anyone else. Which is why he didn't think of anyone else or what they would be feeling or if they would be worried or if it would affect his company in any way. That was not a thought. Didn't think about the spouse of the person he was with, who would be extremely worried. So, yeah, he continues to be a complete douchebag. And yet we're still supposed to be falling in love with this guy. He is supposed to be what you want. Yeah, no. Like I said, if he was paying his subs $100,000 a week, then it makes sense. But he's not. And I have somehow set myself up for a really stupidly monumental task tonight because we've got we've got 60 pages. That is 30% more than we usually get through. I'm hoping some of them are emails or that some of it will go quickly because I don't want to be here until 4 a.m. But we are on the last chapter, so that means the proposal has to be resolved. I'm sure we'll get a little bit of the intrigue with the helicopter crash. There's suspicions of how did both engines catch on fire, blah, 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 and that's legit. So I'm sure we'll get into a little bit of that. But I'm guessing the majority of the chapter is going to be, well, Jose is visiting, so he's definitely going to have a bitch fight with Jose. His birthday is somewhere in here. And I think it's at his birthday party that he does a proper proposal and she says yes, so we'll probably get that. And I'm guessing it's gonna end. I'm guessing the end of the book is her saying yes. Because, they were set up for the big wedding that they skipped over. I can't actually remember if the books had the wedding scene in them or not. I think they didn't. I think even in the book, she didn't bother to write the wedding scene, which is so stupid. Like, of all the scenes to skip out on, like, that is not the one. But for now, all rise for our national anthem. Then I better turn the volume up on.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Hello, Deacon. Hello, everyone that's come in and getting settled. All right. Now we hear. I managed to wash. Not only did I remember to wash the tie, it didn't fall apart in the washing machine. I'm counting that as win because I sewed this, so I know how badly it was made. Hello, Sathel. Good to see you and your dragons. Yeah. It's a great video though, and I was very grateful that the I forget which division, but it was one of the London divisions of the police department in the UK that made it. And when it kept getting flagged by YouTube as copyright, also as Korean pop songs, for some reason it kept identifying it as having music when it doesn't have music, and saying it was various K-pop songs. So I wrote to the actual police division saying, "You made this video, do you care that I use it on YouTube?" And they wrote back and said, "No, it's fine." That's like, thanks. So once I was able to show YouTube, hey, I have permission, they have backed up. It does still get auto flagged, and I have to just put like I have to click challenge this and then be like, okay, we've been through this 30 times before. See previous. And thank you for saying it's a nice tie. It was sewn together out of actual 50 Shades of Grey. Supposed supposed to be 4-point ties for your bed to get kinky and do some bondage with, but they would have sucked for that purpose because the material's too slippy and they were way too short, and they don't have cuffs. They were literally just straps with a D-ring, and I'm like, that's not a proper tie. That's not going to do anything. Hi, Cerebellum. Glad to see you. Drive safe. We got quite the motley crew tonight. That's great. Because we got lots of book to get through, but we shall do. I would like to see your face too, Deacon. Okay, so first we got to introduce all our ducks. We have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with 2 B's, Sasha, Bartholomew, Alex, Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Alan Tudyk, and Jeeves. And these are our available ducks. None of them have ever been out of this bag. They've waited over a month and nobody has been chosen yet. I always picture them like those aliens in the Toy Story movies in the claw machine, waiting to be picked. PayPal link should be at the top on the YouTube page, or YouTube chat, I mean. If I forgot to pin it, somebody let me know. I think I did. I usually remember. I think. I really can't remember if I did or not. The claw! Yes, the claw! Yes! The ducks are waiting for the claw. So, if you would like to help a girl out, and it helps me pay bills and keep the lights on and have food, and I literally mean that, it's $10 to sponsor a duck. We have all of these at the ready. You get to name them. They are drawn at random. For $25, if you really love me, and because these are my favorite, and I haven't worn them in far too long, we have real handcuffs that I will put on. For tonight, you get extra, because we always say for half, so you get extra pages out of these tonight. They do have a key, and we have a backup key tied around the monitor just in case, because we practice safety first and always. But yes, we have handcuffs. For absolute insane people, for $50, the handcuffs are $25. I forgot to say that because I need so much more coffee in my life. For $50, I will chug this glass of wine, hopefully in one go and hopefully without puking. Oh yes, also press the like button. It's free, so do it. And if anyone is out of their freaking mind or hit the lottery, for $100, I am resurrecting the spiked bra, which is it's in a box behind me. I know where it is. And I will turn off my camera and put it on and show it off. And it will stay on for the remainder of the evening. A friend of mine actually asked me today if I knew where that was. I was like, yes. And then I thought they were going to ask to borrow, but they didn't. Though I still think they might. All right, we are on the last chapter, chapter 10, because this book is very weirdly broken up. Yes, the spikes are on the inside, though, so they press into the boobs and leave little pinprick marks. They're not that sharp. Like, they don't draw blood. But they go all the way around on both sides. There's about, I don't know, I made it years ago. It took me like 3 days to make it because mostly it was punching the holes through the multiple layers of bra fabric. That was the hard part. Screwing in the spikes didn't take that long. I actually have some on my desk. They're these little spikies right here. Say there's about 60 of them in the bra. So I bought a pack of 100 because that's just, they come in bulk. So yeah, they're like that. You can be a true dom and not be into spiked bras. Spiked bras quite the submissive thing. It can go either way, though. And I like a little pain with my kinks, so. There's always that. But I'm the girl that thinks the sex wasn't that good unless I have bruises the next morning and trouble walking. Saturday, June 18th, 2011. How weird would it have been to be reading this on that actual day? Last chapter of the second book. Then we have a whole third book that is much, much longer, somehow. Anna glances at her watch and takes one step back as I drape my jacket over the couch and place the box on top. What's going on? Open it, she whispers. I was hoping you'd say that. This has been driving me crazy. Her smile is broad and she bites her lip, and if I'm not mistaken, she's a little nervous. Why? I give her a reassuring smile, unwrap the box, and then open it. Nestled inside is a keychain that shows a pixelated picture of Seattle that flashes on and off. I take it out of the box, wondering what the significance might be, but I'm lost. I have no idea. I look to Anna for a clue. Turn it over, she says. I do, and the word yes flashes on and off. Yes? Yes? Yes! One simple word, one profound meaning, a life changer. Right here. Now. I thought she said yes at his birthday party. But apparently no, it's I'm glad you're not dead, and I want you to know that I said yes. Yeah, see? That's how you know it was good. My heartbeat spikes and I gawk at her, hoping this means what I think it means. Happy birthday, she whispers. You'll marry me. I don't believe it. She nods. I still don't believe it. Say it. I need to hear it from her lips. Yes, I'll marry you. Joy bursts in my heart, in my head, in my body, in my soul. It's exhilarating. It's overwhelming. Brimming with elation, I lunge forward and gather her in my arms and swing her around, laughing as I do. She clutches my biceps, her eyes shining as she laughs too. What are the chances they don't immediately go and have sex? Why do chapters keep starting with sex? I need time and booze to ease into that, and I can't drink yet. I stop, set her on her feet, and grab her face and kiss her. My my lips tease hers, and she opens for me, like a flower. My sweet Anastasia. Yeah, like Georgia O'Keeffe. Oh, Anna, I whisper in adoration, my lips brushing the corner of her mouth. I thought I'd lost you, she says, and she looks a little dazed. Maybe it will take more than a malfunctioning 135 to keep me away from you. 135. Charlie Tango. She's a Eurocopter EC-135, the safest in its class. But not today. Wait a minute. I hold up the keychain. You gave this to me before we saw Flynn. Her smile's a little smug as she nods. What? Anastasia Steele. I wanted you to know that whatever Flynn said, it wouldn't make a difference to me. So all yesterday evening, when I was begging you for an answer, I had it already. I'm feeling breathless, giddy even, and a little pissed off. Of course he is. What the hell? I don't know whether to be angry or celebratory. She confounds me, even now. You better go with celebratory, or I swear to God she needs to take it back! Yes, these are the ones that try and fail to make him look like a good guy, and I know it's so cliche, right? I have avoided using that phrase when writing sex scenes, because it's cliche as fuck. In fact, I'm making a mental note to mock that phrase in a sexual scene that I am currently in the midst of writing. If I don't write that down, I'm going to forget it. There. The line is in my head. I'm like halfway through part 6, and I've had to stop and like untangle my own BS a couple times because it's like, girl, why did you start telling a story that takes place at like 5 different timelines and they're all mixed up, and that's the point, and it's like shifting puzzle pieces. I lose track of my own stuff sometimes. But I've got a handle on it now. I think mostly, maybe. I'm pretty sure it works. Well, Gray, what are you going to do about it? All that worry, I murmured darkly. She gives me an impish grin and shrugs once more. Oh, don't try and get cute with me, Miss Steele. Right now I had the answer all the time. I want her. I knew it. I knew, of course, of course, of course. He's gonna, like, yeah. Here. Now. No. Wait. He's not gonna wait. I can't believe you left me hanging. She watches my expression as I construct a plan. He's gonna do the I'm fake mad so I can spank you thing. She watches my expression as I construct a plan, something worthy of such audacity. Oh yes, how dare she? Her last name is Steele. Yes. Steele and Gray. And that was not meant to sound like porn, apparently. I believe some retribution is in order, Miss Steele. My voice is low, ominous. Anna takes a cautious step back. Is she going to run? Is that the game? Because I will catch you. Her smile is playful and infectious. And you're biting your lip, I add. She takes another step back and turns to run, but I pounce and grab her. She squeals and I hoist her over my shoulder and head for our bathroom. This is about the 5th time he has picked her up and put her over his shoulder. Kristen, she swats my behind. I swat hers back, hard. Ow, she yelps. I told you there'd be spanking. Shower time, I declare as I carry her down the corridor. Put me down. She squirms on my shoulder, but my arm is locked over her thighs. What's really making me smile are her gasps and giggles. She's enjoying this, as am I. I grin as broad and as wide as the Puget's Sound, there's a line, when I open the bathroom door. Fond of these shoes, I ask? They look expensive. I prefer them to be touching the floor. Her words are strangled, and I think she's feigning outrage and trying not to laugh at the same time. Your wish is my command, Miss Steele. I pull off both her shoes and they clatter onto the tiles. By the vanity, I empty my pockets. Phone, keys, wallet, but most precious of all is my new keychain. I don't want to get it wet. With my pockets empty, I march into the shower, carrying Anna over my shoulder. Christian, she cries. Ignoring her, I turn on the water and it cascades over both of us, but mostly over Anna's backside. It's cold. She shrieks and laughs at once and writhes on my shoulder. The fact that he hasn't dropped her on her head yet. No, put me down, she says between giggles. She swats me once more and I take pity. Releasing her, I let her wet, clothed body slide down the length of mine. She's flushed, her eyes bright and beautiful. She's captivating. Oh, baby, you said yes. I cup her face and kiss her, my lips tender on hers. I worship her mouth, cherishing her. She closes her eyes and accepts my kiss, kissing me back with a sweet hunger under the steaming shower. Okay, when did he adjust the water? Because like 5 lines ago he said it was cold and now it's steaming. The water is warmer now and her hands move to my soaking shirt. She tugs its hem from my pants, and I groan into her mouth, but I can't stop kissing her. I can't stop loving her. I won't stop loving her. Ever. Yes, you will. Slowly, she begins to unbutton my shirt, and I reach for the zipper at the back of her dress. I slide it down, feeling her warm flesh beneath my fingertips. Oh, the feel of her. I want more. I kiss her hard, my tongue exploring her mouth. She moans and suddenly yanks my shirt open, the buttons flying off and landing in the shower. Whoa. Anna. She tugs my shirt off over my shoulders and pushes me against the tiles, but she can't remove it. Cufflinks. I hold up my wrists. Her fingers make light work of each and she lets them fall to the floor, followed by my shirt. Her feverish fingers reach for my waistband. Oh no, not yet. Grasping her shoulders, I spin her around, giving me easier access to her zipper. I complete its journey to the bottom and pull her dress down, just below her breasts. Her arms are still in the sleeves, restricting her movements. Yes, he totally should. I like that. Soothing her wet hair away from her neck, I lean forward and with my tongue I taste the water running off her skin from her neck to her hairline. She tastes so good. I run my lips along the length of her shoulder, kissing and sucking, as my arousal strains against my zipper. She braces her hands on the tile and groans while I kiss my favorite spot beneath her ear. Gently, I unhook her bra and push it down, then cup her breasts in my hands. I moan in appreciation. She has great tits. Responsive, too. So beautiful, I whisper in her ear. She rolls her head to one side, exposing her neck and throat, and she pushes her breasts and she pushes her breasts into the palms of my hands. She reaches around, still trapped by her dress, and she finds my erection. Sucking in a breath, I push my impatient cock into her head. Oh, dear God. And I push my impatient cock into her hands. The feel of her fingers through the soaking fabric is erotic. I know. That is also how you would describe him in like 2 words. Impatient cock. Yep. Gently I tug on her nipples, first between my thumb and forefinger, then pinch them between my fingers. She whimpers loud and clear as they harden and lengthen under my touch, and if she doesn't stop doing that with the nipple thing, I'm skipping the rest of the fucking scene. 'Cause triggering. Yes, I whisper. Let me hear you, baby. I turn her around and capture her lips with mine, peeling off her dress and her underwear until she's naked before me, her clothes a sodden mess at our feet. By the way, your shower would be like overflowing and flooding the room because you're blocking the drain with all the clothes. Oh, you scared the kitty. See, now you gotta find the kitty and love on him and pet him and let him know that he's the best kitty in the history of kitties. Or if that's a bunny. I can't remember. But whichever furry thing it is. It's a kitty. Yeah, it'll I was about to say for treats it will you will be forgiven. Treats and scritching under the chin. She grabs the body wash and squirts some into her hands, gazing up at me asking for permission. She waits. Okay, we're doing this. I take a deep breath and nod. With aching tenderness, she places her hand on my chest. I freeze, and slowly she rubs in the soap, skimming small circles on my skin. The darkness is quiet, but I'm tense. Everywhere. Damn it. Yeah, it takes time. Relax, Gray. She means you no harm. After a beat, I clasp her hips and watch her face. Her concentration, her compassion. It's all there. My breathing accelerates, but it's cool. I can cope. Is this okay? She asks. Yes. I squeeze the word out. Her, her hands flow across my body to wash my underarms, my ribs, down over my belly, and further down to the waistband of my pants. I exhale. My turn. Moving us out of the shower stream, I reach for the shampoo and squirt some onto her head and begin massaging the soap into her hair. She closes her eyes and makes an appreciative noise deep in her throat. I chuckle and it's cathartic. You like. Me too. I kiss her forehead and continue kneading her scalp. Turn around. She obeys immediately and I continue to wash her hair. When I'm done, her head is covered in suds. I ease her back under the shower once more. Lean your head back. Anna complies and I rinse out all the soap. There's nothing I love more than taking care of my girl. In every way. She turns around and grabs the waistband of my pants. I want to wash all of you, she says. I hold up my hands and surrender. I'm yours, Anna. Take me. She undresses me, freeing my erection. My pants and boxers join the rest of our clothes on the shower floor. Looks like you're pleased to see me, she says. I'm always pleased to see you, Miss Steele. We beam at each other while she grabs this while she grabs and soaps a sponge. She surprises me a little when she starts at my chest and she works her way down to my ready cock. Oh yes. She drops the sponge and her hands are on me. I know, right? He ruins everything. Like, he can never just have a nice, like, even sexy moment. He always has to bring the Dom stuff or his version of it into it, even when they've said that, like, he's not going to do that to her anymore. He never stopped doing that at all. Fuck. I close my eyes as she tightens her fingers around me. I flex my hips and groan. This is exactly how we spend the early hours of a. This is exactly how to spend the early hours of a Saturday morning after a near-death experience. Wait. I open my eyes and pin her with my gaze. It's Saturday. I grasp her waist and pull her against my body and kiss her. No more condoms! Of course, because we have magic birth control. My hand, wet and slick with soap, travels down her body, over her breasts, her belly, down to her sex. Okay, dude, if you put the soapy fingers inside her, she's going to have a different kind of problem. I tease her with my fingers while I consume her mouth and her tongue, keeping her head in place with my other hand, meaning he's holding her by the hair, which never do this. I slip my fingers inside and she moans in my mouth. Yes, I hiss. She's ready. I lift her, my hands on her backside. That's quite the accomplishment when you're both wet and soapy. Because there's no way in hell she doesn't slip out of his hands and land on her butt. I lift her, my hands on her backside. Wrap your legs around me, baby. She does as she's told, wrapping around me like warm, wet silk. I brace her against the wall. We're skin on skin. Eyes open. I want to see you. She peers up at me, her pupils large and full of need. Slowly I sink into her, keeping my eyes on hers. I pause, holding her on me, holding her up, feeling her. You are mine, Anastasia. Always. Her answer makes me feel 10 feet tall. And now we can let everyone know because you said yes. Leaning down, I kiss her and ease out of her, taking my time, savoring her. She closes her eyes and tilts her head back as we move together. Us. Together. As one. I speed up, needing more. Needing her. Enjoying her. Loving her. Her small cries spur me on, telling me she's climbing higher and higher, with me, taking me. She cries out when she comes, her head back against the wall, and I follow her, finding my release and burying my face in her neck. Carefully, I sink to the floor as the water streams down us. I hold her face in my hands, and I can see she's crying. Baby. I kiss away each tear. She shifts so her back is against mine, and neither of us says anything. Our silence is golden. Quiet. After all the anxiety of this afternoon and evening, my crash landing, my marathon trek, the endless road trip, I found some peace. I rest my chin on her head, my legs wrapped around her while I hold her in my arms. I love this woman. This beautiful, brave young woman who will soon be my wife. Mrs. Gray. I grin and nuzzle her wet hair, surrendering us both to the cascading water. My fingers are pruny, she remarks, staring, down at her hands. I take her fingers in mine and we kiss each one. Freaking hiccups. We really should get out of the shower. I'm comfortable here, she says. Me too, baby. Me too. Freaking hiccups. Bloody hell. She sags against me and stares at my toes, I think. And then she chuckles. Something amusing? You, Miss Steele? Ow! It's been a busy week. That it has. I thank God you're back in one piece, Mr. Gray. She's suddenly serious. I might not have been here. Shit. If... I swallow and my throat constricts, and an image comes to mind of the ground speeding towards me and Roz in the cockpit of Charlie Tango. I shudder. I was scared, I whisper. Earlier. I nod. So you made light of it to reassure your family. Yes. I was too low to land well, but somehow I did. She stares at me, fear on her face. How close a call was it? Close. For a few awful seconds, I thought I'd never see you again. This feels like a dark, dark confession. She moves and puts her arms around me. I can't imagine my life without you, Christian. I love you so much it brightens me. You've known each other for a month. Whoa. But I feel the same. Me too. My life would be empty without you. I love you so much. I tighten my arms around her and kiss her hair. I won't ever let you go. I don't want to go. Ever. She kisses my throat and I bend down to kiss her. I'm getting pins and needles in my feet. Come, let's get you dry and into bed. I'm tired, and you look beat. She lifts an eyebrow. You have something to say, Miss Steele. She shakes her head and stands, waiting for me. We clear our clothes and I grab my cufflinks. Anna dumps our soaking clothes into the sink. I'll deal with these tomorrow, she says. Good idea. I wrap her in a towel and place one around my waist. As we brush our teeth at my sink, she gives me a frothy grin and we both try not to laugh and choke on the toothpaste when I reciprocate. I'm 14 again. In a good way. They're getting married at absolute best, if I am being really generous on how long they have known each other. They have currently, as of this point, known each other 1 month. And they will be married within like a couple of weeks. So the whole thing from meeting to married takes about 6 weeks at best. At absolute best. Could be shorter, could be interpreted to be shorter. And and then the third book is all honeymoon and married life. I finish drying her hair and she climbs into bed. She looks the way I feel, exhausted. I take another look at the keychain and it's my favorite word ever written in the English language. A word full of hope and possibilities. She said yes. Oh, they don't. If I recall correctly, his family tries to insist because they're still afraid that she's some kind of gold digger. He throws a fit and refuses. But yeah, for her own self, she should. Because he's rich enough and powerful enough that when it goes badly, he could leave her with nothing. And, like, especially if they have children. Because he definitely strikes me as, you know how, like, some guys, when the marriage breaks up, they kind of, like, divorce the children as well? And even though they're rich, they, like, refuse to pay child support because it, like, offends them that the wife and kids aren't their property anymore, so why should I have to pay for it? And, you know, she made the choice to leave and take the kids, so it's on her, and why should I pay for it? You know, too many rich assholes like that. Yes, she should. Yeah, she should get a prenup for herself and for any future kids they have. And hello, Persnickety and Sasha. She get any good bunny chasing in today? We are the weirdest and we're proud of it. Ah, no bunny chasing? She must be disappointed. But as long as she's snuggled up on top of you and taking up more than her fair share of space, I'm sure she's happy. Dark magic and the powers of Satan. She said yes. I grin and join her in bed. This is so neat. The best birthday present I've ever had. Better than my signed Giuseppe Di Natale poster. I don't know whether that's a sports person or a music person. I would have told you earlier, but since it was going to be your birthday, Hannah lifts her shoulder. What do you give the man who has everything? I thought I'd give you me. So there it is. We have the completion of the circle where she is now calling herself property because that is all she has been treated as this entire time and will continue to do so. And that is his entire motivation for marrying her, is so that he will have literal legal ownership over her and then she can never leave him. This is true. This is true. I heard it was on, for anyone who knows, there's a British trivia show. They play it once a year. It's the Big Fat Quiz of the Year. And in like, it was in like 2018 or something. A charity shop, which is what they call like a secondhand store, um, had to refuse to take any more copies of the 50 Shades books because they had so many. They built a fort out of it, and there's pictures. I place the chain on my bedside table and snuggle up to Anna, pulling her into my arms. It's perfect. Like you. I'm far from perfect, Christian. Are you smirking at me, Miss Steele? Maybe, she chuckles. I can tell, Anna. Your body language gives you away. Can I ask you something? She adds. Of course. You didn't call on your trip back from Portland. Was that really because of Jose? You were worried about me being here alone with him? I don't even remember him saying that, but there's such a him reason, but it's also such a bullshit reason. Maybe. I feel like an idiot. I thought she was at the bar having a good time. I had no idea. Yeah, 'cause you're an insensitive jerk. Do you know how ridiculous that is? She says as she turns to face me, her eyes full of reproach. How much stress you put your family and me through? We all love you very much. Okay, he definitely does need to be told this, but I would so wait till morning because he's going to fall asleep on you like any second. Like, dude went through a helicopter crash and then walking for like 8 hours. I promise you the second he hit a bed he's like already asleep. So save this for the morning. When are you going to get it through your thick skull that you are loved? Thick skull. Yes, thick skull. I don't think the bone density of my head is significantly higher than anywhere else in my body. I'm serious. Stop trying to make me laugh. I'm still a little mad at you. Though that's partially eclipsed by the fact that you're home safe and sound when I thought. She stops and swallows in a quieter tone, and in a quieter tone continues. Well, you know what I thought. I caress her face. I'm sorry, okay? Your poor mom, too. It was very moving seeing you with her, she says quietly. I've never seen her that way. Grace sobbing. Mom sobbing. Mom sobbing. Yes, that was really quite something. She's normally so self-possessed. It was quite a shock. See? Everyone loves you. Perhaps now you'll start believing it. She kisses me. Happy birthday, Christian. I'm glad you're here to share your day with me. And you haven't seen what I got for you tomorrow. Today. There's more? I'm astonished. What more could I possibly want? Yes, it is. I know. I don't know why I'm having like recurring hiccups. It seems to always happen. But they stopped, so I'm happy. Oh, yes, Mr. Gray, but you'll have to wait and see then. She cuddles up to me and closes her eyes, and in moments she's asleep. I'm amazed at how she can fall asleep so quickly. My precious girl, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I make you worry. I whisper and kiss her forehead, feeling more content than I've ever felt in my life. I close my eyes. Oh god, now we're having a dream scene. Oh, shoulder stretch. Anna, burnished hair and broad smiles, is with me in Charlie Tango. They chase us. Let's chase the dawn. She laughs, carefree, young, my girl. The light around us is golden. She's golden. I'm golden. I cough. There's smoke. Smoke everywhere. I can't see Anna. She's gone in the smoke. And we're diving down. Down. Hurtling fast in Charlie Tango. The ground is coming up to meet me. I close my eyes, waiting for the impact. It never comes. We're in the orchard. The trees are laden with apples. Anna smiles, her hair free and wafting in the breeze. She holds out 2 apples. A red apple, a green apple. You choose. Choose. Red, green. The red pill or the blue pill, am I right? The sweeter apple. I smile and I take the red apple. The sweeter apple. Anna takes my hand and we walk, hand in hand. Past the alcoholics and addicts outside the liquor store in Detroit. They wave and hold up their brown paper bags in salute. Past Escala. Elena smiles and waves. Past Layla. Layla smiles and waves. Anna takes my apple. She bites into it. Mmm, tasty. She licks her lips. Delicious. I love it. I made it. With Grandpa. Wow, you're so capable. She smiles and twirls around, her hair flying. I love you, she cries. I love you, Christian Grey. So that was some word salad. I wake, startled by my dream, but I'm left with a sense of contentment, when normally I'm terrified of my dreams. The Anastasia Steele effect. Oh, I hadn't even fucking thought of that, but you are so fucking right. You're absolutely fucking right. You're 100% fucking right. Yes. That is definitely supposed to be an Adam and Eve reference, and her biting the apple of knowledge because he gave her the knowledge about BDSM, etc. Yes. She got to chase her rabbit. Yes, I'm happy. Yes, puppy needs her exercise and her, to see her friends. Of course, I'm sure now Sasha's going, got any food? Of course, there's probably rarely a time she isn't going, have you got any food? You're also right about that, yeah. It was a pomegranate, I know. I grin and look around. She's not in bed. I get up. I check my charged phone. I have too many messages, mostly from Sam, but I don't want to deal with him just yet. I switch off my phone and pick up my keychain to examine it once more. She said yes. That wasn't the most romantic proposal. She's right. She deserves better. If she wants the hearts and flowers shit, then I need to step up. I have an idea and Google a florist near my parents' house. They're not open yet, so I leave a voicemail. Shit. I'm going to need a ring. Today. Yeah, you kind of jumped the gun on proposing, dude. You're missing some things. I'll deal with that later. In the meantime, I go looking for Anna. She's not in the bathroom. I wander towards the living room and hear her voice. She's talking to her friend. I pause and listen. Of course he's going to spy on them. You really like him, don't you? Jose says. I love him, Jose. That's my girl. What's not to love? Jose says, and I think he's referring to my apartment. Gee, thanks, Anna exclaims, sounding hurt. What an asshole. Hey, Anna, just kidding. Jose tries to placate her. Seriously, I'm kidding. You've never been that kind of girl. No, she's not, you dick. Okay, he doesn't get to call anybody else that ever. Omelet good for you? She asks him. Sure. And me, I state, striding into the kitchen, surprising them both. Jose, I greet him with a nod. Christian, Jose returns my nod. Yeah, I heard you, you fucker, disrespecting my girl. He was not disrespecting her, he was making a very obvious point. That, by the way, you two better get used to it, because it's what everybody is going to think. She's giving me an odd look. She knows what I'm doing. I was going to bring you breakfast in bed, she says. I saunter over to her in front of the photographer, tilt her chin up and kiss her. Long, hard, and noisily. Okay, I would not be, like, if I'm with somebody and they're doing this shit, you're only doing it once, because I'm going to make it very fucking clear that you're not doing that shit with me. Okay? I am not your goddamn property. You're not going to play this jealous crap. The two of you want to whip it out and measure, go do it over there, but leave me out of it. Good morning, Anastasia, I whisper. Good morning, Christian. Happy birthday. She gives me a shy smile. I'm looking forward to my other present, I state, and she blushes and looks nervously in Rodriguez's direction. Oh, what does she have planned? Rodriguez looks like he swallowed a lemon. Good. So what are your plans today, Jose? I ask, keeping it polite. I'm heading up to see my dad and Ray, Anna's dad. They know each other? I frown at this new tidbit of information. Yeah, because Jacob and Bella's dad were friends, therefore they have to be. There's not one aspect of Twilight, character or relationship wise, that she did not steal. Yeah, they were in the army together. They lost contact until Anna and I were in college. It's kind of cute. They're best buds now. We're going on a fishing trip. Fishing? He really doesn't look the type. Yeah, some great catches up in these coastal waters. The steelheads can grow way big. True. My brother Elliot and I landed a 34-pound steelhead once. 34 pounds, Jose says, and he seems genuinely impressed. Not bad. Anna's father, though, holds a record. A 43-pounder. You're kidding. He never said. But Ray wouldn't brag. That's just not his thing. Just like his daughter. Happy birthday, by the way. Yes, he definitely did. 100%. I know, right? It just makes it sound like he's slobbering all over her, and that would be gross. I mean, even when my dog slobbers on my face, he's quiet about it. Thanks. So, where do you like to fish? All around the Pacific Northwest. Dad's favorite is the Skagit? 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 I don't know. Skagit. Really? That's my dad's favorite too. I'm surprised yet again. He prefers the Canadian side. Ray, on the other hand, prefers the American. Yeah, I know exactly where they are. They're bordering BC. And yeah, some of the best fishing in the world can be had out there because remember, same coastline as Alaska. Just a question of how far north you go. So yeah, some of the best fishing in the world, literally, to be had there. Hard though, not for beginners. Lead to some arguments? Sure, after a beer or two. Jose grins and I settle in beside him at the kitchen counter. Maybe the guy's not such a dick. Isn't it great when guys discover they share a sport in common and now they're suddenly best buds? It's such a guy thing. I wish you could too, Deacon. I would pay good money to see that. So your dad likes the Skagit. What about you? I ask. I prefer coastal waters. You do? Sea fishing is harder, more exciting, more of a challenge. I love the sea. I remember the seascapes in your exhibition. They were good. By the way, thanks for dropping off those portraits. He's embarrassed by the compliment. No problem. Where do you like to fish? We discuss at length the merits of fishing in rivers, in lakes, and at sea. He's passionate about it too. Anna makes breakfast and watches us, happy, I think, that we're getting along. She pops a steaming omelet and coffee on the counter for each of us, and sits down beside me to eat her granola. Our conversation segues from fishing to baseball, and I hope we're not boring her. We talk about the upcoming Mariners game. He's a fan, and I realize Jose and I have much in common. Yeah, of course, like, bullshit. Including loving the same woman, the woman who has agreed to be my wife. I'm dying to tell him, but I behave. I don't believe him capable of that. No, she didn't make eggs for herself, only for them. She's eating granola. But at least for once, we don't have a scene of him practically shoving food down her throat. No, Sasha's a good girl. She makes herself look so tiny. Once I finish my breakfast, I change quickly into jeans and a t-shirt. When I come back into the kitchen, Jose's clearing his plate. Anna, that was delicious. Thank you. She colors in response to Jose's praise. I know. How did he drug her? It's the yogurt. I'm assuming there's like some yogurt with the granola or a glass of orange juice or something. You know, I'm sure he's got a little brown bottle of midazolam that's always in his pocket. Put a couple drops of that. Doesn't take much. Stuff is strong as shit. That comes from my research for my fanfic because I had to research several drugs. I now have a much better understanding of some of them, which is also helpful in real life. No, research this week included looking up what the national anthem of Lithuania was in 1930 to 1940. And then it got complicated because World War II and then the USSR was around for a lot longer than I thought they were. Oh, and I also had to try and pronounce the world's like weirdest, longest word, photopolyplethysmograph. And I learned that it is basically unchanged since the 30s technology. Some things really don't get updated with the times. That's one, apparently. I found pictures of like the original, like experimental versions of it, and they look pretty much identical to versions you could buy today. Like, they really have not changed, which is both like weird and yet. I have to go. I have to drive out to Bandera and meet the old man. Bandera, I ask. Yes, we're fishing for trout in the Mount Baker National Forest, one of the lakes near there. Yeah, since the 30s. Which one? Lower ch to should had to Tishko Tishkohatchi. Okay, my dyslexia is like not gonna let me say this word. Tuschotchie. I've got the hatchy part. It's the beginning. I don't think I know that one. Good luck. Thanks. Say hi to Ray for me. Anna adds. Will do. Arm in arm, Anna and I accompany Jose into the foyer. Thanks for letting me crash here. He shakes my hand. Anytime, I respond, and I'm surprised that I actually mean it. He seems harmless enough. Like a puppy. He hugs Anna, and to my surprise, I don't want to rip his arms off. These are not good thoughts! Stay safe, Anna. Sure. Great to see you. Next time we'll have a real evening out, she says as he enters the elevator. I'll hold you to that. He waves from the inside and the doors close. See, he's not so bad, Anna says. Maybe. He still wants into your panties, Anna, but I can't say I blame him. He's never gonna stop. He's never gonna stop. He said he likes him now, and like he's still saying he still wants to get in your pants. Like, dude. Christian, that's not true. She's right. You have no idea, do you? He wants you. Big time. Okay, just stop this crap already. She's already marrying him. Drop it. It's over. Stop. Christian, he's just a friend. A good friend. I hold up my hands and surrender. I don't want to fight. Me either. You didn't tell him we're getting married. No, I figured I ought to tell Mom and Ray first. Yeah, duh. Like, tell your parents first. And his. Yes, you're right. And I should ask your father. She laughs. Oh, Christian, this isn't the 18th century. It's traditional. Not anymore. I had this argument once. Like, my actual dad is not in the picture, but I had kind of a family for a while, and I was dating at the time. And while I never brought a boy home for dinner because no, and if I had tried to bring a girl home for dinner, the hell itself would have opened and swallowed the house, so that didn't happen either. But we got into the argument once of like, should somebody still like ask the father's permission or somebody's permission, to which I was vehemently opposed, saying, no, the only person whose permission you need to marry me is me. And I would actually be offended if you asked somebody else. And I never thought I'd have to ask any father for his daughter's hand in marriage. Give me this moment, please. Let's talk about that later, she says. I want to give you your other present. Another present. Nothing can top the keychain. Her smile is mischievous and her teeth sink into her lower lip. You're biting your lip again. I tug at her chin. She gives me her coy look, but she squares her shoulders, takes my hand and drags me into the bedroom. From under the bed, she produces 2 gift wrap boxes. 2. I bought this before the incident yesterday. I'm not sure about it now. She gives me one of the parcels but looks anxious about it. Sure you want me to open it? She nods. I tear off the wrapping. Charlie Tango, Anna whispers. Inside the box are parts for a little wooden helicopter, but the bit that blows me away is the rotor. Solar powered. Wow. What a thoughtful gift. And from deep in my past, a memory surfaces. My first Christmas. My first proper Christmas with Mom and Dad. Oh, now we're getting another flashback. My helicopter can fly. My helicopter is blue. It flies around the Christmas tree. It flies over the piano and lands in the middle of the white. It flies over Mommy. It flies over Daddy. It flies over Lelliot as he plays with his Legos. So he got a remote control helicopter as a kid, and he liked it. Okay, she has a best friend roommate that has been missing this entire book because best friend roommate hooked up with his skirt-chasing brother, and the 2 of them, upon meeting for one day and fucking immediately, went off to Barbados for a month together, and that is where the roommate has been, because the roommate hates him. The roommate hates him and is warned that he is dangerous and possessive and controlling. But that is why the brother absconded with the roommate to Barbados. Like, again, I'm telling you, there is a version of this that comes from the movie enough where Christian Grey is the husband in that movie, the guy who marries Jennifer Lopez, and his brother is Noah Wiley, and the 2 of them like said, let's find a couple dumb college bimbos and have some meaningless sex, but then Christian Grey fucks up the plan by going ahead and marrying her. It's exactly out of enough. But yeah. Well, him breaking into the apartment and various other kidnappings should have been. Do not advertise here. Get out. With Anna watching, I sit down and start to assemble it. It snaps together easily, and I hold the little blue copter in my hand. I love it. I beam at Anna and go over to the balcony window where I watch the rotor start to spin under the warm rays of the sun. Look at that. What we can already do with this technology. I hold the helicopter at eye level, watching how easily solar energy is converted into mechanical energy. The rotors spin and spin, faster and faster. Wow, all this in a child's toy. There's so much more that we could do with this simple technology. The challenge is how to store this energy. Graphene is the way to go, but can we build efficient enough batteries? Batteries that charge quickly and hold their charge. You like it. Anna interrupts my thoughts. Anna, I love it. Thank you. I grab her and kiss her, and we watch the rotors spin. I'll add it to the glider in my office. I move my hand out of the light, and the rotor slows and comes to a complete stop. We move the light. We slow the shadows. We stop the dark. Philosophical Grey. This is what Anna has done for me. She's dragged me into the light, and I quite like it. I place Charlie Tango Mark II on the chest of drawers. It'll keep me company while we salvage Charlie Tango. Is it salvageable? I don't know. I hope so. I'll miss her otherwise. Anna eyes me speculatively. What's in the other box, I ask. I'm not sure if this present is for you or for me. Really? I know, she really can't. And this is somebody who has children. So it's like, were you just never listening when your kids were talking? Because it seems like it. She hands me the second box. It's heavier and has a substantial rattle. Anna flicks her hair over her shoulder and shifts from foot to foot. Why are you so nervous? She seems excited and a little embarrassed too. You have me intrigued, Miss Steele. I have to say I'm enjoying your reaction. What have you been up to? I remove the lid of the box, and on top of some tissues is a small card. On your birthday, do rude things to me, please. Your Anna X. Do rude things to me. No. My eyes dart to hers. What does this mean? Do rude things to you? I ask. She nods and swallows. She's nervous, and deep down I know where this is going. She's talking about the playroom. Are you ready for this, Gray? I rip open the tissue that conceals the box's contents and retrieve an eye mask. Okay, she wants to be blindfolded. Next are some nipple clamps. Oh, not these. They're vicious. Not beginner level. Beneath the clamp is a butt plug, but this one is way too big. She's enclosed my iPod too, which pleases me. She must like my music choices. And here's my silver gray Peroni tie. So she wants to be tied up. Okay, so she's telling him, blindfold me, tie me up, nipple clamps, and a butt plug. This scene is not in the movie. Last, as suspected, there's the key to my playroom. She's giving me the big blue eyes. You want to play? I ask, my voice soft and husky. Yes. For my birthday. Yes. Her agreement is barely audible. Is she doing this because she thinks I want to? Or what we do is not is what we do not enough for her? Am I ready for this? You're sure? I prompt. Well, she wasn't ready for it last time and that went badly, so not the whips and stuff. I understand that. Yes, then, I'm sure. She confounds me. Every day. I stare down at the contents of the box. Sometimes she's just bewildering. Sex mad and insatiable, I mutter. Well, I think we can do something with this lot. If this is what she wants, and her words come back to me in a swirl. She asked me and asked me and asked me. I like your kinky fuckery. If I win, Christian, you'll take me back to the playroom. Red room, here we come. I want a demonstration. I like being tied up. I place the items back in the box. We could have some fun. And that spark of anticipation flares and ignites in my gut. I haven't felt it since we did our last scene in the playroom. I regard her through narrowed eyes and hold out my hand. Now, I state, I'll see how willing she really is. She puts her hand in mine. Okay, then we're really doing this. Okay, I'm not going any further till I have had some booze. Oh, poor Butters. At one point, Kitty's just gonna flip you the bird and be like, "Okay, I'll be under your bed when you calm down. You can apologize to me later." Yeah, I think I know the ones he's talking about because it's either there's only two kinds. Really, nipple clamps. They're like there's not a lot of variation. You've got your ones that are like this, that are basically the chopstick kind. You can make them out of chopsticks and a rubber band. That also works very well, especially if you want to go across both tits at once. Speaking of kitties, here's my big fat fluffy kitty. Wonder if Bo is still in. Yeah, I think he's still under his blankie. He had a long day, so he's tired. But in terms of vicious, you've either got the flat ones that are like this, they're like the size of a penny. They're very hard. It's all to do with the tension of the spring. It doesn't really matter what they're made out of. It's how tense that spring is, because it's how much pressure is applied. Or you have the ones that look like mini alligator clips, with the little teeth on them. Those can be vicious as well, and you never want to pull those off because you'll take the nipple off with it. I'm hoping this kicks in fast. The wine of choice is a brand called XOXO, and it is a Chardonnay and Pinot Grigio blend. It's about 12.5%, very light, dry but not too dry, a little bit fruity, mostly floral. Definitely got like apple, pear, and like frisee blossom taste. It's good. It's cheap too. But it goes well with a lot of things. And it's not too heavy. And it's one big thing for me is it's very, very, very low sugar because I find sugar is the thing that gives me a hangover more than anything else. Like if I've been drinking, I can't like eat dessert because I will get a hangover from the sugar. Come. I have a million things to do since yesterday's crash landing, but I don't give a fuck. It's my birthday and I'm going to have some fun with my fiancé. Outside the playroom, I pause. You're sure about this? Ooh. I will message you. You're sure about this? Yes, she says. Anything you don't want to do? She's thoughtful for a moment. I don't want you to take photos of me. Why the hell would she say that? Why would I want to take pictures of her? Cray, of course you would, if she'd let you. Yeah, have we found out yet, or do we find out later he has like basically blackmail photos of his former subs for exactly that reason. He admits it. That it's to keep them quiet. Okay, I agree. Concerned about what's motivated this question. Does she know? That's impossible. So yeah, she hasn't found them yet, but I think she does. No, he's never taken photos of her, but I'm wondering if she found the ones of his past subs. Or because he never tried to take pictures of her. He never asked to. I unlocked the door, feeling apprehensive but excited at once, like the first time I brought her in here. I usher her in and close the door. For the first time since he left me, this room is welcoming. I can do this. Placing the gift box on the chest of drawers, I remove the iPod and place it in its dock. I set the Bose sound system so the track plays over the speakers. Eurythmics. Yes. This song came out the year before I was born. It has a seductive beat. I love it. Yeah, I think Anna will like it. Setting it to repeat, I hear the track begin. It's a little loud, so I lower the volume a tad. When I turn to her, she's in the middle of the room, watching me, a hungry, wanton expression on her face. Her teeth are toying with her lower lip, and her hips swing in time to the beat of the music. Oh, Anna, you sensual creature. I amble over to her and gently tug her chin, releasing her lip. What do you want to do, Anastasia? I whisper, and plant a chaste kiss at the corner of her mouth, keeping my fingers on her chin. It's your birthday. Whatever you want. She breathes and her darkening eyes flick up to mine, full of promise. Fuck. She might as well be addressing my cock. His cock really is its like own separate character. I skim my thumb across her bottom lip. Are we in here because you think I want to be in here? No, I want to be here too. She is a siren. My siren. In that case, let's begin with the basics. Oh, there are so many possibilities, Miss Steele, but let's start with getting you naked. I jerk the sash of her robe, undoing it, and it falls open, revealing her silk nightdress. I step back and sit down on the arm of my Chesterfield sofa. Take your clothes off. Slowly. Miss Steele loves a challenge. She slips the robe off and lets it fall like a cloud onto the floor, while her eyes stay on me. I'm hard. Instantly. As desire sweeps through my body. I run my finger over my lips to keep my hands off her. I know! It would be so good! We need to make this happen. It's true. Yeah, his penis has main character. This is true. Yeah, this is true. Like, there's a reason we've made it a trope that we can't make it 3 pages without him referencing his cock. Because it's true. Yes, we do. We do need this. Because it'll be funny. She lifts both straps of her nightgown off her shoulders, watching me, watching her, and then drops them so the gown floats down her body to join the robe on the floor. She's naked before me in all her glory. It makes a difference. Her eyes are on me. It's more exciting because I can't hide anymore. I have an idea. I stroll over to the chest of drawers to retrieve my tie from her gift box. Running it through my fingers, I walk back to where she's patiently waiting. I think you're underdressed, Miss Steele. I place it around her neck and quickly tie it in a half Windsor, but I leave the wider end long. My fingers brush her neck and she gasps, and I let out the long end fall so that it skims the top of her pubic hair. You look mighty fine now, Miss Steele. I give her a swift kiss. What shall we do with you now? I murmur. Taking the tie in my hand, I tug it sharply and she's forced into my arms. Her naked body against mine is like an incendiary device. My fingers are in her hair, my mouth is on hers, and with my tongue I claim her. Hard, insistent. I'm taking no prisoners. She tastes of sweet Anastasia Steele, my favorite flavor. With my other hand, I cup her behind, feeling her fine ass. When I release her, we're both panting, her breasts rising and falling with each breath. Oh, baby, what you do to me. What I want to do to you. Turn around, I prompt. She does so immediately, and I pull the tie from her hair and braid it. No loose hair in the playroom. I gently pull her braid, and her head tilts up. You have beautiful hair, Anastasia. I kiss her throat, and she writhes. You just have to say stop. You know that, don't you? I whisper against her skin. She nods, her eyes half closed. But damn, she looks happy. I turn her around and take hold of the end of the tie. Come. I lead her over to the chest where her gift box sits, displaying its contents. Anastasia, these objects. I hold up the butt plug. This is a size too big. As an anal virgin, you don't want to start with this. We want to start with this. I show her my pinky. Her eyes grow impossibly large. And I have to confess, one of my favorite pastimes is shocking Anna. Yep, there we go. There we go. Oh my god. I know, I don't either. And like I'm an incredibly kinky bitch. I was into this scene at the time these came out. These ruined it. Oh, I'll take it. I've wanted a good animation program for so fucking long. Like, just to make my own thumbnails and, like, inserts and, like, all kinds of things with. I saw one at Comic-Con, like, several years ago, but at the time it was, like, $400, and I did not have $400 to spend on that. But it was a good program. I think it's the one they use in the Stephen Colbert cartoon. I think it's that animation program. I don't know what it's called. Oh, better. Just finger. Singular. I add. These clamps are vicious. I poke the nipple clamps. We'll use these. From one of the drawers I take out a kinder pair. They're adjustable. She examines them, fascinated. I love how she's so curious. Clear, I ask. Yes. Are you going to tell me what you intend to do? No. I'm making this up as I go along. This isn't a scene, Anna. How should I behave? It's a strange question. However you want to. I wonder out loud if she was expecting my alter ego. Well, yes, I like him, she says. Do you now? Okay, E.L. James just fucked up because he didn't say the alter ego thing out loud. It's not in quotes, it's in his head, but she answered it. I'm not making this up. This is a genuine fuck up. However you want to, and I wonder. Oh, it does say he wonders out loud if she was expecting my alter ego. But why would you say that like that? Well, in South Park, I would have the full across because I am Canadian. Yeah, I've always that's always been a funny thing that they did in South Park. Also, shout out to those guys for inking a $1.5 billion deal with Paramount the same day that they put out the season premiere and epically trashed the shit out of them and Trump all in one foul swoop, and them canceling Colbert and addressing all of that at the network that just bought them. Bought the streaming rights. And they have clauses that say, should Paramount ever try to censor them or refuse to air an episode for any reason, the rights revert immediately to Trey Parker and Matt Stoning. Immediately, in full. And they get to keep the money. Yeah, you know what's really weird is the font in the next one is actually different. Okay, the next one, which is the size of the Bible. Okay, I'm opening random page and I'm not reading, but these are, okay, current book, upcoming book. Like, I don't know why. And they weren't published that far apart. I know that. They did. Did you see their response at Comic-Con? Because they happened to be at Comic-Con when it came out, so they got asked. And I forget which one of them, but one of them was like, oh, yeah, we're so sorry. It was just the most sarcastic bitch move ever. And I'm like, that was in response to the White House, like, apparently being furious about the episode. So they were like, yeah, we're so sorry. Wonderful. And I'm like, these guys have made a career out of offending everyone and everything. What the fuck did you think their answer was going to be? You know, and South Park it's too crude for me. I don't watch it that much. But I absolutely love the fuck out of them for doing it. I applaud them for doing it. I think they are incredibly smart and incredibly brave for doing it. And I wish them all the best. And I want to see them go on for another 25 years. And I fully agree with what they do. I absolutely fully agree with it. Pretty sure they're both American born. Not that that's much protection these days, as we've seen recently. It is. It is, because it's too close to reality. Well, yes, I like him, she says. Do you now? I run my thumb across her lower lip, tempted to kiss it again. I'm your lover, Anastasia, not your Tom. Actually, you're both, because you've never stopped acting like the latter. Ever. I love to hear your laugh and your girlish giggle. I like you relaxed and happy. That's why he always is pouring booze down her throat. He already admitted it. Like you are in Jose's photos. That's the girl that fell into my office. That's the girl I fell in love with. But having said that, I also like to do rude things to you, Miss Steele. And my alter ego knows a trick or two. So do as you're told and turn around. She obeys, her face glowing with excitement. I love you, Anna. Simple. I take what I need from the drawers, then arrange all the toys on the top. Come. I tug the tie and lead her to the table. I want you to kneel up on this. Gently, I lift her onto the table. She folds her legs beneath her and kneels in front of me. So now she's kneeling on a table. We're nose to nose. She stares at me with shining eyes. I run my hands down her thighs and her knees, and at the knees gently pull her legs apart so that I can see my goal. Oh, oh, that hurt. That is so bad that hurt. Arms behind your back. I'm going to cuff you. I show her the leather elbow cuffs and lean around to put them on. She turns and runs her parted lips along my jaw, her tongue teasing my stubble. I close my eyes and for a moment revel in the contact, suppressing a groan. Pulling back, I admonish her. Stop, or this will be over far quicker than either of us wants, because he has no self-control at all. You're irresistible. Am I now? She nods, looking impatient. Well, don't distract me or I'll gag you. I like distracting you. Or spank you, I warn. She grins. Behave, I scold her, and stand back and beat the cuffs across my palm. It could so easily be your ass, Anna. She looks modestly down at her knees. That's better. I try again, and this time succeed in putting them on, ignoring her running her nose over my shoulder, and I thank God for our shower in the early hours of the morning. The cuffs on, her back arches a little, her breasts now prominent, begging to be touched. Feel okay? I ask as I admire her. Yes, she nods. Good. From my back pocket I take the mask. I think you've seen enough now. I slide it over her head and over her eyes. Her breathing accelerates. I step back and drink her in. She looks smoking hot. Back at the drawers I gather the items I need and slip off my t-shirt. I keep my jeans on even though they're a little uncomfortable because I don't want her distracted by my impatient dick. Impatient dick. There it is. There it is. This is why he's like a two-pump chump. Yes. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have one, so I don't know. I still need an answer on whether outside of like a Viagra overdose, a painful erection is actually a thing. Because I don't think that's actually a thing. Lost my place. I don't want her distracted by my impatient dick. In front of her once more, I open the small glass bottle that contains my favorite massage oil and wave it under her nose. Infused with cedarwood, argan, Argan, no idea what the fuck that is, and sage, it's body safe. Its fragrance reminds me of a crisp fall day after the rain. Okay, there's definitely, like, roofies in this as well. If you did that to me, I'd immediately have an asthma attack and start choking. I don't want to ruin my favorite tie, I mutter and undo it and pull it gently off Anna's body. She squirms as the material floats up her body, teasing her. I fold my tie and place it beside her. Her anticipation's almost palpable. Her body's humming with impatience. It's arousing. I pour a little oil on my hands and rub them together, warming the oil. She's listening to what I'm doing. I love heightening her senses. Gently I caress her cheek with my knuckles and then run them down her jaw. She startles when I touch her, but leans back into my hand. I start massaging the oil into her skin, her throat, her clavicle, and along her shoulders. I knead the muscles beneath and let my hands glide in small circles across her chest, avoiding her breasts. She bows backwards, pressing them towards me. Oh no, Anna, not yet. I move my fingers down her sides, rubbing the oil in slow, measured strokes in time to the music. She groans, and I don't know if it's from pleasure or frustration. Maybe a little of both. You're so beautiful, Anna, I whisper, my lips close to her ear. I run them along her jaw as my hands work their magic. I move them beneath her breasts, over her belly, down to my goal. I kiss her quickly and inhale her scent, now mixed with the oil, down her neck and throat. And soon you'll be my wife, to have and to hold. She inhales sharply. To love and to cherish. My hands continue. With my body, I will worship you. She throws her head back and moans as my fingers run through her pubic hair to her clitoris. Slowly I palm her, teasing her and spreading oil over where she's already wet. Again, this is a really great way to get an infection. It's intoxicating. I lean over and pick up a bullet vibrator. Mrs. Gray. She moans. Yes. I whisper, continuing my ministrations with my hand. Open your mouth. She's already panting, but she opens her mouth further and I slip the small vibrator inside. It's attached to a chain that can be worn as jewelry if so required. Suck. I'm going to put this inside you. She stills. I think it does too. He is really bad. Yeah, that's the only way I've heard of a painful erection is that it's you overdosed on Viagra or you have like an erection lasting more than 4 hours and definitely should consult medical care. Or by the way, this is not including like if you are using like a ball and cock cuff and deliberately extending things and delaying orgasm, blah, blah, blah. That is different. That is meant to be painful. And it's a lot of fun. Oh, I hadn't even thought about that! Oh, I believe this was published in 2014. Hold on, let me check the front. But the rumors about him go back way longer than that. Way longer. Copyright 2011 and 2017. So this did not come out in 2017. That's way too late. No, because the other ones were coming out then. When was this first published? Fucking A. Okay, apparently this may actually have come out in 2017, so later than I thought. Also, there's like a 3-year gap then between Gray and this one and the next one. Wow. I didn't know she took several years between each of them. Christ. Did not know that. Yeah, I did not. It's vegetable oil from a tree native to Morocco. It's rare and expensive. Okay. Does it like smell really, really good or something? And thank you so much, Sarah Bellum, for the information. I do like to actually know these things. When I ask these questions, I do actually want an answer because, you know, I'm a learner. I like to learn everything, even if it's I'm such a trivia junkie. I'm an unbelievable trivia junkie. Suck, I repeat, and remove my hands from her body. She flexes her knees and makes a frustrated grunt. Smiling, I pour more oil onto my palms and finally cup her breasts. Don't stop, I warn as I gently oil her stiffening nipples between my thumb and forefinger. They harden and lengthen some more under my touch. You have such beautiful breasts, Anna. She moans, and I gather one of the nipple clamps in my hand. Okay, they're gonna slide off because you just put oil on her. You idiot. Trailing my lips from her throat towards her breast, I stop and carefully attach a clamp. Her garbled groan is my reward as I bring her tethered nipple to full attention with my lips. She writhes under my touch, shifting from side to side, and I clamp the remaining nipple. Anna's groan is just as loud this time. Feel it, I insist, and lean back to take in the beautiful sight. Give me this. I remove the vibrator from her mouth and my hand skims down her back towards her backside and between her buttocks. She tenses and rises up on her knees. Hush. Easy. I reassure her and kiss her neck as my fingers continue to stroke between the fine, fine cheeks of her ass. I glide my other hand down the front of her body and start palming her clitoris once more, then ease my fingers into her. I'm going to put this inside you, I murmur. Not here, and my fingers circle her anus, spreading the oil, but here, and I move the fingers of my other hand slowly into and out of her vagina. Ah, she responds. Hush now. I stand and slide the vibrator inside her. Capturing her face in my hands, I kiss her and then click the small remote. When the vibration starts, she gasps and jolts up on her knees. Ah! Easy, I whisper against her lips, stifling her gasp. I tug gently on each of the clamps in turn. She cries out, Christian, please. So she's already ready to come. Like, this girl, swear to God, this girl has Clover-Busey syndrome. Hush, baby. Hang in there. You can do this, Anna. She's panting now and dealing with all the stimulation. I'm sure it's intense. Good girl, I soothe her. Now we have an excuse to play with fire. And since I already read the backside, okay, I'm a little worried because it's on the very bottom of the page, so I'm going to try not to light the whole page on fire right now. But burn, baby, burn time. All right. Also, don't want to set my hand on fire. Come on. A little more. Ah, smells so good. But yes, you don't get to use my phrase. Hey, did it without setting the book on fire, so good on us. Wow, that got really hot. It should. Of course. Doesn't she? There's a reason that while we were reading through the other series, we were like very concerned for the state of E.L. James's marriage, if that is what she thinks of marriage. And made numerous jokes saying somebody needed to call in a welfare check on her. Mm-hmm. Yeah. My friend in the UK would agree with you. He vehemently maintains that E.L. James cannot be a woman because no woman could write this. Christian, she says, and sounds a little frantic. Hush. Feel it, Anna. Don't be afraid. I place my hands on her waist, holding her. I'm right here, baby. I've got this. You've got this. I dip my little finger into the open pot of lube and slowly I move my hands down her back to her ass, watching her reaction, checking that she's okay. I massage her skin and knead her ass, her stunning ass, and I slip one hand between her buttocks. So beautiful. Gently I push my finger inside her ass so that I feel the vibrator buzzing through her body. She tenses and I move my fingers slowly, easing in and out while my teeth graze her chin. So beautiful, Anna. She gasps and then groans and kneels up a little higher, and I know she's close. Her lips start to move, but whatever she's saying, it's soundless. Suddenly she screams as her orgasm strikes, and with my free hand I release first one and then the other nipple clamp, and she cries out. I hold her close as her body pulses through her climax, still easing my finger in and out of her. No, she shouts, and I know she's had enough. I remove my finger and the vibrator while keeping her in my arms. She sags against me, but her body is still convulsing. Deftly, I unstrap the cuffs on one arm and she falls forward against me, her head rolling on my shoulder as her intense climax begins to subside. Her legs must be aching. She groans as I lift her and carry her to the bed, where I lay her face up on the satin sheets. Using the remote, I switch off the music and then remove my jeans, freeing my raging erection. I start to rub the back of her legs, her knees, her calves, and then her shoulders. I remove the cuffs, laying down beside her. I peel off her mask and find her eyes are scrunched closed. With tenderness, I untie her braid, freeing her hair. Leaning forward, I kiss her on the lips. So beautiful, I say. She opens one dazed eye. Hi, I smile down at her. She grunts in response. Rude enough for you? Yes, these are all true. She nods and gives me a sleepy grin. Anna, you never fail. It's like 9:30 in the morning, by the way. I think you're trying to kill me. Death by orgasm. There are worse ways to go. And now it just made me think of how Curzon Dax died in Star Trek. The fact that they had to make up the word Jamaharon, which I swear somebody like cribbed that from somewhere. Like plunging to your death in Charlie Tango. Death by Snoo Snoo. I've heard that reference, but I do not know where it is from. I'm sure it's from like a really tacky B sci-fi movie or something, but she reaches up and caresses my face, and my dispiriting thought disappears. You can kill me like this any time, she says. Oh, it's Futurama? Okay, I'm not conversant. I don't know why, but Futurama was a show that I was not allowed to watch as a child. Taking her hands, I kiss her knuckles. I'm so proud of her. She never lets me down in here. She cups my face between her hands and kisses me. I stop, pulling back. This is what I want to do, I whisper. From beneath the pillow, I pull out the remote and change the song. I press the button, knowing it will play on repeat and ease Anna onto her back. The first time I ever saw your face, Roberta Flack's classic fills the room. I want to make love to you, I murmur. My lips seek hers and find her. My lips seek and find hers, and her fingers entwine in my hair. Please, Anna breathes, and her sensitized body rises to meet mine, opening up for me as I gently ease into her and we make slow, sweet love. I watch her fall apart in my arms, and her climax takes me with her. I let go, pouring myself into her, throwing my head back and calling out her name in wonder. I love you, Anna Steele. I hold her to me. I never want to let her go. My joy is complete. Have I ever been this happy? As I come back to planet Earth, I smooth her hair from her face and look down at the woman I love. She's crying. Hey. I clasp her head in my hands. Did I hurt her? Why are you crying? Because I love you so much, she says, and I close my eyes, letting her words wash over me. And you, Anna. You make me whole. I kiss her once more as the music stops, and I gather the sheet and wrap it around us both. She looks glorious. Her hair is a mess, and her eyes are luminous in spite of her tears. She's so full of life. What do you want to do today? She asks. My day is made, thank you. I kiss her. Mine too. I love Anna's inner freak. She's never far away, and I think of the plans that I have for her later. I hope they will make her day too. Well, I should call my head of PR, but frankly, I'd like to remain in this bubble with you. About the crash. I'm playing hooky. It's your birthday, Mr. Gray. You're allowed. And I like having you to myself. She leans up and grazes her teeth against my jaw. She looks happy. and free, if a little tired. I love your music choices. Where do you find them? I'm glad you like them. Sometimes when I can't sleep, I'll either play piano or trawl iTunes. I don't like to think about you unable to sleep on your own. It sounds lonely, Anna says, her compassion showing. To be honest, I never felt lonely until you left. I didn't realize how miserable I was. She cups my face. I'm sorry. Don't apologize, Anna. What I did was wrong. She puts her finger over my lips. Hush, she says. I love you just the way you are. That's a song. She laughs as she changes the subject, asking me about work. Oh my god. No, he doesn't love her. No, he loves possessing her and having possession of her and using her as a dream catcher slash fuck doll. That's what he loves, but not her. Absolutely. 100%. I'm sorry, Deacon, did you not know that part of the lore? That yeah, all of his previous subs and Anastasia are all petite, short, skinny, extremely pale, waif like, you know, that 90s heroin chic look with long brown hair. And he likes to, quote, whip and beat brown haired little girls, his words, little girls, because his mother, his birth mom, who was a crack whore and abused him and let him be abused, that was what she looked like. And so this is his revenge on his dead mother, by whipping and beating little brown haired girls until they break. And he says he likes making them scream and cry, and he likes pushing them past their boundaries and really breaking them, because when they're sobbing and crying, that's when he really gets off on it the most. And so yeah, he likes to fuck and abuse women that look like his dead mother. And that's why the braided hair, because the only thing he remembers about his mom is her braided hair. I'm gonna need more than initials. Yeah. And it's because Anastasia was a virgin when she came to him, so she was completely innocent. So he finally found a moldable fuck doll. Oh, yes. I know. Okay, sorry. I forget that he exists. Has anybody confirmed his existence past Inauguration Day? Because I haven't seen him in any of the White House photos or the meetings or anything, or heard an announcement that he like did something today or attended something. Do we know that he is a real person and still alive? Because I'm not sure of this. I do know the man wears guy liner and he really shouldn't. I mean, some guys it looks sexy on him. It just says like I'm closeted. Yeah, that's right. He did do that. Yeah, but Cheney was a powerhouse. JD Vance is a cream puff. And like I said, deeply closeted. That would be hilarious. It would probably be one of the single greatest things a vice president ever did. Reminder that ducks, cuffs, and chugging are still available. I've come a long way, Anna says, caressing my face. Yeah, we've only got about 30, little under 30 pages left. So I'm going as fast as I can because we took on a heavy load tonight. We took on 30% more pages. So we are doing good though in terms of time. We're good. I'm keeping eyes. But yep, we've only got this much left. And then I will, as I always do, ritualistically skin it and start making a list of the lines I'm going to mercilessly mock it with when I burn it. So, Kitty, I am sorry, but my bathroom's going to smell like smoke again. He's still not forgiven me for last time. You know, but he tolerates me because I feed him. We've come a long way, Anna says, caressing my face. We have. She looks wistful all of a sudden. What are you thinking about? I ask. The photo shoot that Jose did. Kate. How in command she was. And how hot you looked. Hot. Me? Yeah, hot. And Kate was all, sit here, do this, do that. Her impersonation of Kavanaugh is spot on, I laugh. To think it could have been her who came to interview me. Thank the Lord for the common cold. I kissed the tip of her nose. I believe she had the flu, Christian, she scolds and unconsciously trails her fingers through my chest hair. It's weird, but I think she's driven the darkness away. I don't even flinch. All the canes have gone, she says, and glances around the playroom. I tuck a strand of stray hair behind her ear. I didn't think you'd ever get past that hard limit. No, I don't think I will. She turns and stares at the whips, paddles, and floggers on the wall. You want me to get rid of them too, I ask. Not the crop, the brown one, or that suede flogger. I have that one, and this is cringing because I have that. He gives me a coy smile. Okay, the crop and the flogger. Why, Miss Steele, you're full of surprises. As are you, Mr. Gray. Just to prove that I am not talking shit. Ta-da! Okay, suede flogger. It makes my favorite sound out of all of mine. It's not my favorite, but it makes my favorite sound. Very fun. Not cheap. This is the most expensive piece of BDSM equipment that I own, and I didn't pay for it. It was a gift. I'd say probably about 98% of all my bondage and sex toys were gifts. Some of the expensive. I have one of those tens machine things. Somebody bought me that recently, purely for fantasy purposes. Like, it was not my idea, but I wasn't gonna say no. I think I know where that is. I better know where that is. But I was thinking of trying it out to see if it actually helps with cramps, because some women say that it does. I mean, yes, they get used as like period simulators and videos that I laugh my ass off to, but I hear that they also can actually help. Full of surprises. As are you, Mr. Gray. It's one of the things I love about you. She kisses the corner of my mouth. Suddenly I need to hear this from her because I still can't quite believe it. What else do you love about me? Yeah, I would like that too because I really need a housekeeper. What else do you love about me? Her eyes soften with affection. This, she says, and traces her finger across my lips, tickling them. I love this, and what comes out of it, and what you do to me, and what's in here. She strokes the side of my head. You're so smart and witty and knowledgeable, competent in so many things. But most of all, I love what's in here. She presses her palm against my chest. You are the most compassionate man I've ever met. What you do, how you work, it's awe-inspiring. Awe-inspiring. I repeat her last words, not quite believing them, but loving them anyway. A slow smile tugs at my mouth, but before I can say anything, she launches herself at me. Okay. Compassionate. This is the man who couldn't be bothered to call his mother and say, hey, I'm not dead. Anna dozes for a few minutes in my arms. I lie staring up at the ceiling, enjoying her weight on me. Could I be any more content? I don't think so. She wakes when I kiss her forehead. Hungry? I ask. Famished. Me too. Yes, it is. And yes, it was. I need a copy of that. Yeah. Well, in my case, you've got PMDD, PMS, PCOS, and endometriosis. Often all four at the same time, as they currently are. Yeah, poo does have its uses. Fertilizer is a good thing. Yes. Yeah, Anna, for being a lit major, she doesn't do words well. She puts her arm on my chest and studies me. It's your birthday, Mr. Gray. I'll cook you something. What would you like? Surprise me. I run my hand down her back. I should check my BlackBerry for all the messages I missed yesterday. I sigh when I sit up. I could spend all day in here with her. Yep. Graduated college, about 2 days after she met him. Yeah. She's lit major and works in publishing. Well, works is a misnomer because she never does, but neither does he. Oh, yes, and a student of the classics. Yeah, she's an English lit major and loves classical romances like Anna Karenina and Tess of d'Urbervilles is mentioned several times. Pride and Prejudice, Sense and Sensibility, everything by Austen, of course. Yeah, this is why I do extensive amounts of research, so that my characters who are supposed to be smart don't sound stupid about things I'm stupid about. Where's my list? I need my list. I always forget where the fuck I put the fucking list, motherfucker. Yeah, this is not the complete list, because the complete list is really long. But just in the last week or two, these are things I have researched for a fan fiction. Vida Camera Opera, expensive French perfumes, Guerlain perfumes, Clive Christian perfumes, expensive sheets, Charlotte Thomas bespoke sheets, Satine, a Japanese pastry called ekubu, flowers native to France, vaginal polyplethysmograph, asphodel, female sexual arousal disorder, fear play, philias, and famous European landmarks and tourist attractions. And I forgot to write down the national anthem of Lithuania, pre- and post-German occupation and USSR control. Yes. Thank you. I genuinely do my freaking research. I do. I take it seriously. If I'm going to mention something, I'm going to make sure that I am doing it correctly. Like, this is why one of the early things I had to research was a lot of pharmaceuticals and a lot of hospital drugs. And I realized I was making some mistakes. Because I specifically needed the drugs used in like surgery for sedation, and I realized that two of them, one that I thought were two different drugs, not two different drugs. They're actually the same drug. It just has like four different names. So that was a huge mistake avoided. I would have sounded absolutely ridiculous referring to the same drug as two different drugs because I didn't know until I researched it. But I needed to know exactly how each of them worked and what the steps of administering them for surgery were and why, because the character doing it is supposed to be a surgeon. So I need to sound as knowledgeable and trained as a surgeon. And if I don't, people are going to be able to tell that pretty darn quick. So yeah, that took like 2 to 3 days of researching, like not all day, but a significant amount of hours to make sure that when I'm imitating a character who's a surgeon, I don't unintentionally say something really stupid. Yes, Cethale, you're right. You're entirely. I know. Like, by now, I'm on every watch list that Google freaking has, okay? I'm on all of the Google watch lists by now. I really am. I swear to God. And that's without even getting into all the other, like, weird and crazy crap I've researched so many different medical instruments and surgery techniques and psychosomatic and psychological manipulation tactics and drugs and then right beside that is expensive French perfume, like fine dining, foie gras, Pharrell Williams sunglasses, Tiffany sheets and blankets. Yeah. Yep. I did that. I totally did that because I needed a set of sheets for a sex scene, and I was like, okay, if I'm these people, we're in Europe, they're rich. Like, what are the sheets that he is going to put on the bed for her? And there had to be a reason for it because this is a character that there is intent behind everything. There's a reason for every choice. So I needed to find something that he would deem appropriate to lay her on and find respectful, because he's always respecting her and there's always a reverence. So he's not just going to put any old sheets on the bed. They're going to be expensive sheets. They're going to be appropriate for a lady. There's going to be a bit of a romantic aspect underlying them. So yeah, that led to 2 days of researching fancy $1,000 a set sheets. I watched way too much of that, and yet still I didn't make it to like season 10, I don't think. So I'm like way behind. There's a doctor that just goes off. I'm not surprised because every show has to do it. Yep, done that too. Yep, religious torture is in there too, as well as methods of torture and torture devices. Yep. And religion in general. Yeah, good luck on your thesis though. That is biting off a lot, and you are a braver woman than I. Let's shower, I say. She grins, and together, wrapped in one red sheet, we head down to the bathroom. Once Anna's dressed, she takes all the wet clothes from last night out of the sink and heads out the door, wearing a tiny blue dress. She's all legs. Too much leg. Well, at least it's just us. And Taylor. I stop shaving for a moment. Leave them for Mrs. Jones. I call out after her. She glances over her shoulder and smiles. So he's already trying to get her used to, like, we have a staff. You don't need to. Feeling buoyant, I sit down at my desk. Anna's working in the kitchen, and I have a ton of emails and messages to get through. Most are from Sam, annoyed that I've not called him. But there are others. Moving messages from my mother, from Mia, my dad, and Elliot, all begging me to call. It's painful to hear their concern. And Elena. Shit. Hannah's hesitant voice is next. Oh, wait, don't those two get into the fucking bitch fight at his birthday? Oh, that might actually be good. No, not from this author, but we can embellish. Anna's hesitant voice is next. Hi, it's me, Anna. Are you okay? Call me. Your concern is obvious. My heart constricts as it becomes blindingly clear that I put her and my family through hell. Gray, you're an idiot. You should have called. Yes! Again, he has fucking insight. He just doesn't use it. I save all the messages bar Elena's and return the most important voicemail from the florist in Bellevue. I call them back to outline my requirements, and I'm relieved that they can help me given such short notice. Then I call my favorite jewelry store. Okay, the only jewelry store I know. That's more honest. I purchased Anna's earrings there, and it looks like they'll be able to help me with the ring. If I were a superstitious man, I would say these are good omens for what's to come next. Next, I call Sam. Mr. Gray, where have you been? He's pissed. Tough. Busy. The press has been all over the helicopter story. There's several TV news and print outlets that want to do an interview. Sam, draw up a statement. Tell them Roz and I are fine and send it through me for approval. I'm not interested in doing any interviews, print, TV, or otherwise. But Christian, this is a great The answer is no. Get me the statement. You don't know if the other party wants to say something, and that's not your call to make. He's silent for a moment, publicity whore that he is. Yes, Mr. Gray, he says, tight-lipped. I hear and ignore his reluctance, but I'm beginning to think I need a new PR person. His credentials were seriously overstated when we checked his references. Thanks, Sam. I hang up. I buzz Taylor on the internal phone system. Good afternoon, Mr. Gray. What news? I'll come down, sir. Taylor tells me that Charlie Tango has been found and that a recovery crew is on its way with an FAA official and someone from Airbus, Charlie Tango's manufacturer. I hope they'll be able to provide some answers. I'm sure they will, sir, says Taylor. I've emailed you a list of people you should call. Thanks. There's one more thing. I'm going to need you to pop down to this store. I explain what I've discussed with the jeweler. Taylor gives me a broad grin. With pleasure, sir. Will that be all? For now, yes, and welcome. You're most welcome, and happy birthday. He gives me a nod and leaves. I pick up the phone and start making my way through Taylor's list of calls. When I'm on the phone giving a report to the FAA, an email from Anna pops up. Yeah, because you can just, like, randomly blow off the FAA. They're not going to be, like, at your door or in your face or shit, and you get to decide when you call them back, because that's how nothing works. Yep. Yep. I have researched a lot of GYN things for my fanfic because it is a MedFet fanfic. And so a lot of GYN. Do you know Hagar Sounds? Or Collins versus Graves versus Peterson? Because researched all of that and then some. So, yeah. A lot of things like that on my list. Or G-spot injections. Hymenoplasty surgery. I am still trying and failing to find the exact steps of that surgery because every time I try to look, it's behind a paywall or in some $1,000 surgery textbook that I don't want to have to buy because I still need the actual detailed procedure of that for a scene that I have to write. Not in this part, thank God, but in an upcoming part, and I still need that information and I can't find it because Google can't get me there because, again, paywalls. The helicopter is called Charlie Tango, the one that crashed. Yep. From her to him. Dear Mr. Gray, I'm emailing to inform you that your lunch is nearly ready, and that I've had some mind-blowing kinky fuckery earlier today. Birthday kinky fuckery is to be recommended. And another thing, I love you. A. Your fiancé. I'm sure Mrs. Wilson on the other end of the phone at the FAA can hear my smile. With one finger, I type a response. Him to her. What aspect was most mind-blowing? I'm taking notes. P.S. I love your signature. P.P.S. What happened to the art of conversation? I conclude my phone call with Mrs. Wilson and leave my study and find Anna. She's concentrating hard. I tiptoe up to the kitchen counter as she types into her phone. She presses send, looks up, and jumps when she sees me smirking at her. I bound around the kitchen island and pull her into my arms and kiss her, taking her by surprise once more. That's all. That is all, Miss Steele, I say when I release her and stroll back to my study feeling ridiculously pleased with myself. Her email is waiting. Dear Mr. Gray, may I draw your attention to the first line of my previous email informing you that your lunch is indeed almost ready, so none of this famished and wasting away nonsense. With regard to the mind-blowing aspects of the kinky fuckery, frankly, all of it, I'd be interested in reading your notes, and I like my bracketed signature too. A. Your fiancé. P.S. Since when have you been so loquacious? You're on the phone. I call my mom to tell her about the flowers. Darling, how are you? Recovered? It's all over the press. I know, Mom. I'm fine. I have something to tell you. What? I've asked Anna to marry me, and she said yes. My mother is stunned into silence. Seriously, how would your parents react if you called them and said, "Oh, that girl I've known for a month and I brought to dinner one time, we're getting married"? Like, any parents could assume you knocked her up, didn't you? That's going to be the only answer. Mom, Christian, I'm sorry. That's wonderful news, she says, but she sounds a little hesitant. I know this is sudden. Are you sure, darling? Don't get me wrong, I adore Anna, but this is so soon. And she's the first girl. Mom, she's not the first girl. She's the first one you've met. Oh, exactly. Well, I'm delighted for you. Congratulations. There's one more thing. What is it, love? I'm having some flowers delivered for the boathouse. Why? Well, my first proposal was pretty crap. Oh, I see. And Mom, don't tell anyone. I want it to be a surprise. I plan to make an announcement this evening. As you wish, darling. Mia's in charge of deliveries for the party. Let me find her. I wait for what feels like an eternity. Come on, Mia. Hey, big brother. Thank God you're still with us. What gives? Mom tells me you're coordinating deliveries for my party. How big is this bash, anyway? After your near-death experience, we're celebrating. Oh, hell. Well, I have a delivery coming for the boathouse. Yes? What? From the Bellevue florist. Why? What for? Christ, she can be annoying. I look up and Anna's standing in her short dress, staring at me. Just let them in and leave them alone. Do you understand, Mia? Anna cocks her head to one side, listening. Okay, don't get your panties in a wad. I'll send them to the boathouse. Good. Anna mimes eating. Food. Great. I'll see you later, I say to Mia and hang up. One more call, I ask Anna. Sure. That dress is very short. You like it? Anna pirouettes in the doorway and her skirt flares up, providing a tantalizing glimpse of her lacy underwear. I also remind everyone that every single thing that she is wearing is things that he has bought for her. Her entire wardrobe is things that he bought for her, anticipating her becoming his sub. So he's got nobody but himself to blame for the skirt being short. You look fantastic in it, Anna. I just don't want anyone else to see you like that. Okay, we have we have an official red flag when the person you're with thinks they have any right to dictate your wardrobe, and I don't care if you're going out in a G-string and two pasties. None of their goddamn fucking business. It helps. Oh, she looks upset. We're at home, Christian, no one but the staff. I don't want to upset her. I nod as graciously as I can manage, and she turns and heads back to the kitchen. Craig, get a grip. The next call I have to make is to Anna's father. I have no idea what he's going to say when I ask him for his daughter's hand in marriage. They haven't even met, by the way. They've never spoken before now. From Anna's file, I get Ray's mobile number. Yes, let's not forget that he has a military level background classified file on her, including all kinds of illegal information. Jose said he was fishing. I just hope he's somewhere with a signal. No, he isn't. The call goes to voicemail. Ray Steele, leave a message. Short and to the point. Hi, Mr. Steele, it's Christian Gray here. I'd like to talk to you about your daughter. Please call me. I give him my number and hang up. What did you expect, Gray? He's in the wilds of Mount Baker Park. Oh, you have no idea how much He had her bank account details, her social insurance number, her mother's history, her parents' history, like her school history. Like, he had so much illegal information. And I don't think he's told her yet, but he has one on all of his subs, and he literally admits that in the photos that he takes of them, because only the subs are in the photos, not him, are for blackmail material in case they ever try to go public. Well, I have Anna's file on my desk. I decide to deposit some money into her bank account. She'll have to get used to having money. $24,000. $24,000 to the lovely young lady in silver, going once, going twice, sold. I chuckle, remembering her audacity at the auction. I wonder what she'll make of this. I'm sure it will be an interesting discussion. On my computer, I transfer $50,000 to her account. It should show up within the hour. My stomach growls. I'm hungry. When my phone starts ringing, it's Ray. Mr. Steele, thank you for calling back. Is Annie okay? She's fine. More than fine. She's great. Thank the Lord. What can I do for you, Christian? I know you're fishing. I'm trying, not catching much today. I'm sorry to hear that. This is more nerve-wracking than I anticipated. My palms are sweating, and Mr. Steele says nothing, cranking my anxiety up a notch. Supposing he says no. This is not something I've considered. Mr. Steele. I'm here, Christian, waiting for you to get to the point. Yes, of course. I called because, I'd like your permission to marry your daughter. The words tumble out like I've never negotiated or clinched a deal in my life. What's more, they're met with a resounding silence. Mr. Steele? Put my daughter on the line, he says, giving nothing away. Shit. Yep, this is not... Yep. There's the answer. There's the answer. Yes. Also, right. I mean, I'm sure he could explain it by like it was an engagement present, you know, but yeah, a transfer that big is going to get flagged. Like the rule, at least here, is anything over 9,000 gets flagged. Or like when I've had, at times when I was involved in a lawsuit, at times I had to deposit checks from an insurance company, but they weren't my insurance company, and they were some of them were substantial. They were to prepay for services that they were providing, but it was easier. It was for like physiotherapy, but I had to pay them directly. So the insurance company would send me a check that I would put in my account, and then I would pay the physio for like the next 10 weeks out of that because it was just way easier that way. But the bank always had to like call and verify it because it was a large amount and it's from an insurance company, and they are more vulnerable to any large corporation. They're more vulnerable to check fraud because they write a lot of checks. So it's easier to like slip in one that goes unnoticed. They would always have to call and verify, and it would always take like 10 days to clear. And that's just how it was. And yeah, and occasionally I would get a phone call about it, like saying like just, and it was always fine because it's like, because as soon as they're like, well, can you just explain what this amount of money is for? And I'd just be like, yeah, I'm involved in a lawsuit and this is money to pay for physio, but we have to do it like this because they are out of, we're in two different countries, and so they can't pay them directly here because they don't have an office here, they don't have a branch here, they don't have a bank account in Canada. So the only way they can pay for it is they send me the money, I deposit it, and then I pay the services because they can't pay it directly because they don't have a Canadian bank account to do so. And as soon as I explained, it was always like, oh yeah, that's fine. We hear that all the time. Totally fine. And it would always clear and it was fine. But questions got asked, and it wasn't just once, it was every time. And it didn't matter how many times that happened because that happened dozens of times over about 20 years. And every time they would have to be verified every time. Just a minute. I dart out to the study where Anna is waiting and hold the phone out to her. I have Ray for you. Her eyes widen with shock, and she takes the phone and covers the mouthpiece. You told him, she squeaks. I nod. She takes a deep breath and removes her hand from the mouthpiece. Hi, Dad. She listens. She seems calm. What did you say? She asks and listens again, her eyes on me. Yes, it's sudden. Hang on. She gives me another unreadable look and heads to the other end of the room and out onto the balcony where she continues her conversation. She starts pacing up and down, but she stays close to the window because her dad is going, you're pregnant. I know you're pregnant. So why don't you just tell me you're pregnant? Because you don't have to marry him just because you're pregnant. We've never met this guy. Like, your dad is giving her the fucking riot act right now. You fucking know it. She starts pacing up and down, but she stays close to the window. And I'm helpless. All I can do is watch her. Her body language gives nothing away. Suddenly she stops and beams. Her smile could light Seattle. He's either said yes or no. Hell. Damn it, Grace, stop with the negative. She says something else and she looks like she's going to cry. Shit, that's not good. She stomps back and she shoves the phone at me, looking several shades of pissed off. Nervously, I put the phone to my ear. Mr. Steele. Feeling Anna's gaze on my back, I wander into the study just in case it's bad news. Christian, I think you ought to call me Ray. Sounds like my little girl is crazy about you, and I'm not one to get in her way. Crazy about you. My heart flips and soars. Well, thank you, sir. You hurt her in any way and I'll kill you. I'd expect nothing less. Crazy kids, he mutters. Now you take good care of her. Annie's my light. I love that he actually said, take good care of her or I'll kill you. Yep. 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 This is why Charlie is the only good thing in the Twilight movies. He has the only scene that gets a fucking laugh out of me. I know, right? It is probably the most real line in the entire series, all three of them. She's mine too, Ray. And good luck telling her mother, he laughs. Now let me get back to my fishing. I hope you top the 43-pounder. You know about that. Jose told me. He's a talkative guy. Good day, Christian. It is now, I grin. Yep, that is an exactly appropriate thing for fathers to say. Yep, you heard her, I know where you live, and I will hunt you down. I have your stepfather's rather begrudging blessing, I announced to Anna in the kitchen. She laughs and shakes her head. I think Ray is freaked out, she says. I've got to tell Mom, but I'd like to do that on a full stomach. She waves in the direction of the counter where our food is waiting. Salmon, potatoes, salad, and an interesting dip. Now this is making me hungry. I'm so hungry right now. I was contemplating getting a pizza later, but I really shouldn't. Oh, yeah. She's also selected some wine because day drinking. Never understood day drinking. I just can't. I never have been able to. A Chablis. Well, this looks great. I open the wine and pour us each a small glass. Damn, you're a good cook, woman. I raise my glass to Anna in appreciation. Her lighthearted expression fades, and I'm reminded of the expression of her face outside the playroom this morning. Anna, why did you ask me not to take your photo? Her consternation deepens, worrying me. Anna, what is it? My tone is sharper than I intend, and she jumps. I found your photos, she says. I thought that's what it was. Oh, God! That would be the worst! But yeah, if you've only been going out a little while and suddenly you're getting married, it is what everybody fucking assumes. Not saying everybody's wrong either, but yeah, I would be like, oh. Of course, I am a full-figured woman, so I have had people mistake me for being pregnant when I am not, and let's just say that gets awkward. I found your photos, she says, as if she was committing some terrible sin. What photos? As I say the words, by the way, not in quotes, as I say the words, I realize exactly what she's talking about, and I feel like I'm back in my father's study waiting for a pompous dressing down for some infraction I've committed. You've been in the safe. How the hell did she do that? Safe? No. I didn't know you had a safe. I don't understand. In your closet, the box. I was looking for your tie, and the box was under your jeans. The ones you normally wear in the playroom? Except today. Fuck. No one should see those photographs. Especially Anna. How did they get there? Layla. It's not what you think. I'd forgotten all about them. That box had been moved. Those photographs belong in my safe. Who moved them? Anna asks. There's only one person that could have done that. Oh? Who? And what do you mean it's not what I think? Confess, Gray. You've already alluded to the depths of your depravity. This is it, baby. 50 Shades. This is going to sound cold, but they're an insurance policy. insurance policy against exposure. I watch her face as she realizes what I mean. He means blackmail material. Oh. She closes her eyes as if she's trying to erase what I've told her. Yes, you're right, she says. That does sound cold. She stands and starts to clear the dishes. It's to avoid me. Anna. Do they know? The girls? The subs? Of course they know. Before she can escape the sink, I fold her into my arms, meaning I'm now holding her against her will, literally. These photos are supposed to be in the safe. They're not for recreational use. Meaning I don't jerk off to them, I promise. They're just for blackmail, not sexual perversion. Yeah. And congrats to you. See, you deserve a gold medal and a half for that. And then some. And all of the flowers. Yes, he is. And we also note they're getting married now, and he's still keeping this level of secrets from her. Because we know if she had not found those photos, he was never, ever, 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 ever going to tell her. And they would have stayed in the safe while they were married. And she would never have known. Mm-hmm. Right? Yes. Yes, because that's exactly what happened in Get Out. Is yeah, he finds the photos in the closet. Yep, that should have been more well hidden. And it's like, okay, movie needed the bad guys to be stupid so he could get the information. I get it, but still a hell of a good fucking movie. A little simple, but good. It gets dumb at the end, though. That's the only thing I have against it. It gets stupid at the end. I don't mean bad in any way. I mean, it gets stupid. The dialogue gets stupid because in America, you can't have any faith in your audience having brains. So you have to spell everything out, and that kind of ruins it when you have to do that. Because I like movies where you just figure it out yourself and they don't just blatantly shove it in your face that, oh, this is what was really happening. Yeah, I got that. I didn't need the visuals. So, but again, America. So dumb it down if you want an audience to see it. They were once upon a time, Gray. Oh, after him saying they're not for recreational use, they were once upon a time. So yeah, you're a fucking liar. Maybe they were when they were taken originally, but they don't mean anything. Then why do you still have them? Who put them in your closet? It can only have been Layla. She knows your safe combination? I guess. It wouldn't surprise me. It was a very long combination, and I use it so rarely. It's the one number I have written down and haven't changed. I wonder what else she knows, and if she's taken anything else out of there. I check. Look, I'll destroy the photos. Now, if you like. Yes, I would burn them personally. They're your photos, Christian. Do with them as you wish. I know she's offended and hurt. Christ. Anna, this was all before you. He's saying this in his head, not out loud. About which? Sorry, I'm on a rant. I don't know what I'm saying. And take her head in my hands. Again, he's always... How many times just in this chapter has he grabbed her head? Which I hate that. Don't ever do that to somebody you care about. Ever. There's like one, maybe two exceptions for doing this to somebody. But don't fucking do this. It's so goddamn disrespectful. I would literally claw your goddamn eyes out if you ever fucking did that to me. Get your fucking hands off me. And I don't care if you are my husband and I love you. Get your fucking hands off me. Don't be like that, said every abuser ever. I don't want that life. I want our life together. I know she struggles with not being enough for me. Maybe she thinks I want to do those things to her and photograph her. Because you do. And this is not about her thinking she's not enough for you. This is about you being creepy and perverted and having blackmail material and pornographic material on your former women. Cray, be honest. Of course you would. Yeah, duh. But I'd never do it without her permission. I had all my submissives consent to having their photographs taken. That is questionable consent at the very least. Hannah's wounded expression reveals her vulnerability. I thought we'd moved on. You didn't tell her about this, you fucking ass clown! You can't move on from something she didn't know about yet! I vote a full university course on how this is abuse and breaking it down and the many, many, many crimes that he has committed. I've said multiple times, I would love to be on a panel or just one-on-one with anyone who's a lawyer and go through all 3 books in detail and adjudicate the many crimes of Christian Grey. I would love to do that. Absolutely love it. It'd be one of the best days of my life. I want her as she is. She's more than enough. Anna, I thought we exorcised all these ghosts this morning. I feel that way, don't you? She didn't know about this! And again, it has nothing to do with her feeling like, well, she's not as good as those women in the pictures or because she can't take the same level of abuse that they have taken. That's not what this is about. It's about you have pornographic blackmail material of 14 other women! Yes! 150%. I will help you. Because I know what they are off the top of my head. So if you ever need notes or you need somebody to bounce ideas off or somebody just to rant and bitch to respond to, I will so help you. Yes, 100%. 150%. I will 100% help you. I have all these on PDF. I know exactly the scenes. I will 1,000% help you. Yes. I'm a very, very good researcher. I got, like, I was the girl that could write a 7-page essay with footnotes and annotations and quotes and a bibliography in an hour in school without using a computer. I was that kid. So I'm extraordinarily good at research and paper writing. These are, academically, there are things I excel about. Life, not so much. Academics, hell yeah. That I had a lock on. Actually, I made teacher throw a snit fit, and she refused. It was my last essay for her class, and then I was out of her class, and I hated her, and she didn't like me either. So she literally, because I wrote a 7-page essay that was perfect in an hour, she refused to accept it for 3 goddamn days just to prevent me from moving on to the next level of class because she said it couldn't possibly be done in 3 days. I didn't change a fucking word. I just kept putting it on her desk every day, and she kept handing it back to me for no reason without looking at it, saying, you need to put more time into this. Well, no, I don't, you fucking cunt. I don't need to put more time in it just because you're stupid and it would take you 5 weeks to write that goddamn paper. I'm not wrong just because I'm fast. If I sound bitched off, it's because I fucking am. Because I got that way too much in school, that you can't have done something right because you did it fast. Well, I'm sorry you're stupid or you need a month to get something fucking done. Just because I can do something fast doesn't mean I'm wrong. Oh, teachers who definitely were, like, bullied in school, but now they are the teacher and they are the bully. And they, you know, you see the quote-unquote popular girls who are brain-dead twits sucking up to them and the teacher literally writing their tests for them. I went to schools where that happened more than once. And I don't just mean tests, I mean final exams. I watched a teacher fill out for 5 idiot pretty girls that sucked up to her all semester. The teacher literally wrote their exams for them. And, like, I couldn't believe it because I'm like, you're that fucking stupid. You're an adult now and you're being manipulated by 14-year-old twits. And, like, I'm sorry your high school life sucked, but now you come back and, you know, all you care about is that the pretty bimbos kiss your fucking ass and make you feel like one of the popular girls that you never got to feel like in high school. And so you do their work for them and give them top marks when they're too stupid to literally know what 3 plus 3 is. Yeah, I had a lot of bully teachers. Because you were in the time and still are dealing with a major teacher shortage. And so there was like almost no way to get fired as a teacher. So I had so many teachers that were burnouts, complete burnouts who should have retired, abusive as fuck, or who, due to the shortage, had been shoved into teaching a subject that they did not know, and their degree was not in that subject. So they literally would just have the teacher's version of the class book open and be reading out of it every day because they don't know fuck all about the subject. So good luck if you had a question or needed help in any way, because they can't help you because they don't know anything other than what they just read. Like, I had an art teacher, and she got told one day, and she looked terrified, "Oh, you're being transferred to another school, and you're expected to start teaching grade 10 history and geography tomorrow." She's an art teacher. Yeah, and they did that the day after the new school year started. It was day 2 of a new school year where we went back. She was in the art room. We'd all started our class, and then she gets a call saying you're being transferred to another school, and now you're teaching 10th grade geography and history in a much larger school tomorrow. That's what she got told. And then we had no art teacher for like a week, and then some idiot dude bro who was like fucking roided up jockhead fucktard showed up, and he was a gym teacher and all that implies. And he suddenly was art teacher, and he didn't know fuck all about art. And he made no secret of that, to which I give him credit. He didn't try to pretend that he knew something he didn't. But like, we had to show him where the lessons were, where the paint supplies were. Here are the things that you don't let like new students touch. Here's the things that are dangerous. Don't mix this with this. It was bad. It was really, 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 really bad. Really bad. I mean, he was a nice enough guy, perfectly like nice and like decent, but he knew fuck all about teaching art, and I give him credit for admitting it, and at least realizing that like it was ridiculous that he was in this situation, and don't come to me if you need help because I don't know shit about fuck about this. But you took an art teacher out of an art class and shoved her into something else, and then put a gym teacher in the art room. Like, why? Why? What? Why? And why did I have to put up with it? Yes! Basically, yeah. Yeah, it was just, oh my blessed God. Oh God, oh God, oh God. Yes, oh God. It was bad. It was really bad. You know, but I had so many science teachers who were fucking idiots too, who never should have been teaching science. A couple of whom literally would be up at the chalkboard with the book in one hand, and they're like, okay, today we're studying. And they would send, literally, out of like a 60-minute class, they would spend 40 minutes writing the lesson out on the blackboard. And it's like, okay, just read it to us. Also, we all have this book. We already read it. We already did it. This is how I was able to sneak out of a third floor window, climb down, and go for pizza with a friend, and not get counted as absent. Because we both got home expecting to be royally told off and in the biggest trouble of our lives for ditching class all afternoon because we snuck out of the window and went for pizza. This was about 2 weeks after 9/11, and we thought the world was going to end tomorrow, so we were like, fuck it, we're not spending the room listening to a dumbass so-called science teacher. We're in gifted science class, and we later learned she was a guidance counselor. So no wonder she sounded so fucking stupid to a bunch of gifted kids when she doesn't know fuck all about science to begin with, let alone teaching gifted science at a 10th grade level. That is the equivalent of like a third-year university student. You can't be an idiot in charge of that class. So we were like, fuck this, we're not learning anything anyway, so we decided to climb out the window and go for pizza. And then we got back in time to take the regular bus home, but we had missed all of our afternoon classes, and we fully expected to go home to very, very angry parents, both of us. I remember we stood at the corner when we had to separate and go our separate ways, and we were like, so how long do you think you're going to be grounded? And he was like, my mom will say a month, but my dad will probably get me out of it in like 2 if I behave. And I was like, I don't know what my mom's going to do. I've never done anything like this before. I never really gave her a reason to be this mad, but she's going to be really, really mad because one of her big things is I need to know where you are, who you're with, and what you're doing. And ditching school was going to be a massive one for her. Then we both met up on the bus to school the next morning, and we both were not in any trouble at all because we had been marked as attending every class the previous afternoon, even though we weren't there. So our parents never got a phone call saying that we had ditched the entire afternoon. I think we got lucky as hell there, but doesn't excuse what we did. We were wrong, and we knew it. We knew at the time what we were doing is wrong, and there would be consequences, and we were like, worth it. Because it was right after 9/11, everyone was talking about World War III and nuclear holocaust, and we were like, you know what, fuck it. If these are my last days on Earth, I'm not spending it in this classroom, and I'll take the risk. I'll get in trouble. I'll get grounded for a week or 2 or whatever, because it's worth it. Right now, it's worth it. Because I'm listening to an idiot copy out of a textbook onto the blackboard, and I can't. My brain is hurting. The world is ending. Nobody will talk to us about what's going on. They're pretending we don't know when we know. So fuck it. I'm going for a piece of pizza. And yet, somehow, we did not get in trouble. Right? Yes. It was probably my biggest moment of like teenage rebellion. Of just like, I can't. I can't with the world. I can't with these adults. I can't with this stupid school. And I can't do it. Like, pizza. And yeah. But yeah, we completely climbed out the window and snuck out of class without her noticing because she spent 40 minutes with her back turned to the class. Like, never do that. This is one of the first things teachers learn. You don't turn your back to your class, ever. Kitty's in the bathroom, curling up in the bathroom sink, and I can tell because he has steps. He goes from the floor to the side of the tub to the top of the toilet to the sink, and when he walks across the toilet lid, because it doesn't fit perfectly, so sometimes it'll wobble, and then it'll make a clink sound, and I just heard it, so I know he's doing his pathway into the sink. Only if it's spiked. Girl, I am so jealous of you. Oh, I would have been picking that man's brain. I would have been picking that person's brain like all day, every day. They definitely would have thought I was a serial killer by the end. But I would have learned so much goddamn shit if I had access to a person like that. Fucking A. I would have asked a billion questions. 1,000,000,005. And not stopped. No matter how annoying they found me, I would not have stopped. Alright, we gotta get a move on because we still got like 20 odd pages to go and I don't want to be here all night, so. Don't be like that. I don't want that life. I want our life together. I know she struggles with not being enough for me. Maybe she thinks I want to do those things and photograph her. No, wait, I was further than this. I'd never do them without her permission. All my subs had their consent, taking photographs, blah, blah. Anna's wounded expression reveals her vulnerability. I thought we'd moved on. I want her as she is. She's more than enough. Anna, I thought we'd exorcised all these ghosts this morning. I feel that way, don't you? Her eyes soften. Yes. Yes, I feel like that too. How and why? Because no, you didn't. Because they never talk about things. You have to talk about things and work them out and go through it and actually put in the work. You can't just fuck your way out of all your problems, which is all they seem to do. She brings up something, he doesn't like it, he gets mad, they fuck, and then she drops it. Good. I kiss her and hold her, feeling her body relax against mine. I'll shred them, and then I have to go to work. I'm sorry, baby, but I have a mountain of business to get through this afternoon. It's cool. I have to call my mother, she says, and makes a face. Then I want to do some shopping and bake you a cake. A cake, she nods. A chocolate cake? You want chocolate cake? I grin. I'll see what I can do, Mr. Gray. I do make one hell of a German chocolate cake. I will give myself that. I can make some cake. And kiss her once more. I don't deserve her. I hope one day I'll prove that I do. Anna was right. The photographs are in my closet. I'll have to ask Dr. Flynn to find out if Layla moved them. Okay, again, he should not be involved with... Ah! Flynn needs to have his license suspended and then him suspended for this crap because he's endangering Layla's life, not to mention destroying her mental health further by allowing his continued contact and involvement and breaking every fucking ethical, moral, and probably legal obligations as a so-called psychiatrist ever, because he should not be caring for both of them because it's a massive conflict of interest. And then he's giving Christian Grey information about her, and like him still being involved is just so, like, I'm sorry. He's still not going to be first on my bad therapist list. Yes, I'm going to do that video. The one from Split still takes first because that's got a body count, and it's hard to beat a body count, but it might be a tie. I may have to do a like versus on it because he is up there. Like, he's worse in some ways, but she's got a body count, and so where do I factor that in? But we'll get to that. When I walk back into the living room, Anna's not there, and I suspect she's calling her mother. There's a certain irony in sitting at my desk and shredding these photographs, relics of my old life. The first photograph of Susanna, bound and gagged on her knees on the wooden floor. It's not a bad photograph, and I briefly wonder what Jose would make of the subject matter. The thought amuses me, but I put the first few photographs through the shredder. I turn the rest of the pile over so I can't see the images, and within 12 minutes they're all gone. You still have the negatives. Gray, stop. I'm relieved to find that nothing else is missing from the safe. I turn to my computer and make a start on my emails. My first task is to rewrite Sam's pretentious statement about my crash landing. I edit it. It lacks clarity and detail. I send it back to him. Then I scroll through my texts. Elena, Christian, please call me. I need to hear it from your lips that you're okay. Elena's text must have come through while I was having lunch. The rest are late last night and yesterday. Roz, my feet are sore but all good. Hope you're good too. Sam, I really need to talk to you. Sam, Mr. Gray, call me urgently. Sam, Mr. Gray, glad you're okay. Call me ASAP. Elena, thank God you're okay. Just saw the news. Please call me. Elliot, pick up the phone, bro. We're worried here. Grace, where are you? Call me. I'm worried. So is your father. Mia, Christian, what the fuck? Call us. Anna, we're at the Bunker Club. Please join us. You've been mighty quiet, Mr. Gray. Miss you. Elena, are you ignoring me? Fuck, just leave me alone, Elena. Taylor, sir, false alarm with my daughter. On my way back to Seattle. Should be there 3 p.m. I delete them all, and I know I'm going to have to deal with Elena at some point, but I don't feel like it now. I open the spreadsheet from Fred with the cost production of the Kavanaugh contract. And I need to take 2 seconds to use the ladies' room. I will be right back. So, enjoy watching the ducks, and please consider sponsoring a new duck, because we've had new ducks for a while, but we had no sponsorship yet. So, please consider sponsoring a duck, or cuffing me up for the rest of the night. Either would be great. Be right back. Unethical is the least of what his therapist is. He's like the puppy. He's a little baby. Yes, you are. He's a little baby. Hello. Can I go through? Go on. Okay. It's okay. Go on. Really? You just want to take my mouth? You want me to pet it? No? Okay. You have food. Go on. Lalo. I have an actual puppy wagging their tail on my couch right now. That's probably a good thing to do. Any day that includes a nap, pretty good day. The smell of wait, the smell of baking drifts into my study. The aroma is mouthwatering and evokes one of the few happy memories I have of my early childhood. It's a bittersweet feeling. The crack whore. Baking. A movement distracts me from my thoughts and the spreadsheet I'm reading. It's Anna standing in my study doorway. I'm just heading to the store to pick up some ingredients, she says. Okay. Not dressed like that, surely. What? You're going to put on you're going to put some jeans on or something. Christian, they're just legs, she says dismissively, and I grit my teeth. What if we were at the beach, she says. We're not at the beach. Would you object if we were at the beach? We'd be on a private beach. No, I respond. She gives me a wicked smile. Well, just imagine we are. Laters. She turns and bolts. What? She's running? Okay, so he actually tried to stop her from going out in public in the dress that he bought for her. Come here. No, I'm not going to lean down and rub your belly. She says that she does it anyway. Come here, you. Come on. Up. Up. And a puppy who knows how to hit the mute button, because that's what he's good at. And here's a puppy. So everyone enjoy the puppy, because he's beautiful. And he's the best, sweetest, most spectacular thing ever. And he takes really good care of me. He's a he was trained by an emotional support puppy. So he is partially an emotional support puppy, but he's really tired today because he got to run around a lot. Because he got to run around a lot and bark at things and roll around with other dogs, so he's really tired. So he's been sleepy. Yeah. He's been Mr. Sleepy Puppy for the last few hours. That's why he hasn't been around, because he's like, I wore myself out. But it was worth it. He had a very good time. Like, his tail was wagging so fast it was a blur the whole time. He got to sniff and play with other dogs, which is the best thing ever. Also, he got petted and loved on by complete strangers, so that's just, that just makes their day. When complete strangers love on them and pet them, oh yeah. Like, persnickety, I know you know what I mean, because your Sasha is the same. When strangers love on them, they are the happiest doggies in the entire world. But he also says, sponsor a duck, because then I can try and steal them and eat them some more, because there'll be more ducks. And the new ones have a squeaker, and they squeak, and then I get all excited. And then I run around in circles, and then I don't know what to do. He's still really tired, I can tell. Yeah. You want some dinner? Yeah, dinner. Look at the ears. Dinner, food, cheese. Look at the ears. Cheese. Look at the ears. Look at the ears go up. He knows those words. You have kibble in your dish. I always make sure they're fed before I start. He's got food, if he wants it. Food. Food. Chicken. Cheese. Cheese. I love making his ears go up. Oh, you're so good. You're so warm. I love you so much because you're so warm and cuddly. You're so warm and cuddly. You're such a baby. How long have I been on mute? How long have I been on mute? I was talking for the puppy, making his ears go up by saying food words. And also, puppy would like a new duck because they squeak and he likes it when they squeak. Yes, you're so sleepy. You're so sleepy. Yes, you are. You're so sleepy. Sleepy little baby. Oh, so sleepy. Yes, you are. Oh, sleepy. Rub my belly. I'm a sleepy baby. Look at me rubbing my belly. Oh, yes, you're so cute. Okay. I gotta put you down and finish reading this, okay? Okay? Yes, there we go. I'm sure he's gonna curl up on his pillow next to me. And now my nice shirt, it was all nice and clean, and my nice clean tie are all covered in puppy hair. Oh, yep, he's... he just went directly under the puppy bed, girl. He's done. So he'll be asleep in about 3 seconds. Now I'm covered in puppy fur. Oh, she made a new best friend. That's great. You really do. Yes, the ducks are actual ducks. They are actual ducks. They are in this bag waiting for their day of release, waiting to be chosen by the claw. They are wonderful ducks waiting for their moment on the stage when they get sponsored and find a home and get a name. Yep. Yep. Oh yeah. There's magic words when it comes to dogs. I'll help you. I can sing, motherfucker. I can sing. So you write it, I will sing it. I can fucking sing. And I don't care if the lyrics are silly or whatever. It should be at the top of the screen. Is it not? Did I really forget to post my fucking PayPal link? Did I really forget to do that? Okay, this is the PayPal link if you want to sponsor a duck or cups or anything else. In case I forgot to post it, I couldn't remember. Yes, I can sing. Yeah, first soprano or mezzo soprano opera, depending. Mm-hmm. 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 I told y'all to tell me when we started if it wasn't pinned. Nobody told me. Shame on all of you. I forgot. I completely forgot. Oh god, I'm a dumbass. I'm such a fucking dumbass. I can't believe I did that all night. I can't believe I fucking did that all night. I forgot. I legitimately forgot. Ugh. My fault. I'm a fucking idiot. I should have made sure it was done before I started. But no, the level in which I just want to like really fucking hard for that, because fuck. That's allowed. I like goldfish because I had a really fat goldfish that lived a long time once. I had to leave him when, like, my mom basically ran away from home and took me with her in the middle of the night. And then it died, and I was sad. And I didn't want to leave my fish. I had a goldfish live for like 3 years. That's a lot for a goldfish. It was also really fat because everybody in the entire house assumed that I, as a child, forgot to feed my goldfish. Therefore, everybody else fed the goldfish, but nobody knew that like 5 different people were feeding the goldfish. So, big fat goldfish. His name was Jethro, after the Beverly Hillbillies, because he was big and fat. I didn't name him for a long time because I couldn't think of a name for him. But I liked my fish. And it was the only pet I was allowed to have because my grandmother didn't like cats. She was Roman Catholic and afraid, and I wanted a black cat, and she was afraid of black cats. Like one day we were out walking, and she actually, literally, took my hand and made us cross the street because there was a black cat. I wanted to pet it. She dragged me away. But the link should now be there, pinned at the top, because I might be a fuck up, but I know how to fix things. I cannot believe I did that. That's my second big fuck up. What the hell is wrong with me this week? Because I also did something monumentally stupid while doing laundry earlier in the week because I had to go out and get my health card renewed, and that was a disaster. But I did it, and it's getting done. But I royally fucked up because there were people in the elevator, and then the hallway light was out, and then there were people in the laundry room, and my anxiety went through the fucking roof, which made me rush, and I wasn't paying attention. So I accidentally put 3 of my bras in the fucking dryer. So they're now, like, useless because I burned the fucking shit out of them. And, you know, where I live and being the size of boobs that I am, my bras start at like $160. So there will not be any new ones for the foreseeable future. And I just torched 3 of them that are now garbage out of like 5. And I could not believe that I was so epically, monumentally fucking stupid that I threw them in the dryer because I was just rushing to get out of there because there were people who were looking at me and I was uncomfortable and I did something really fucking stupid. Really, really fucking stupid. I've been doing my own laundry since I was 8. I've never made a mistake like that. And I just wasn't paying attention because I was more worried about getting out of there because people were looking at me and the hallway lights were out and it was creepy and I just wanted to be out of there and I wasn't paying attention and it was fucking stupid. And I'm never gonna forgive myself for doing that because that's unforgivably stupid. And before I know it, I'm out of my seat and going after her. Oh, this is not good. I see a flash of turquoise exit through the main entrance at speed, and I pursue her into the foyer, but she's in the elevator and the doors are closing when I catch up with her. She gives me a wave from inside, and then she's gone. Her haste is such an overreaction, I want to laugh. Okay, anytime you're literally running away from your significant other because they don't want you going out dressed like that, you don't continue getting married to them. What did she think I'd do? He really doesn't want me to answer that. Because he'd probably rip the dress off her and intentionally rip it so that she couldn't wear it out. And then he'd spank her and, probably do other abusive things before throwing a pair of jeans and a t-shirt at her saying you can go out in that. Shaking my head, I walk back into the kitchen. The last time we played tag, she left me. The thought is sobering. I stand at the fridge and pour myself some water and spy my cake cooling on the wire rack. I bend to sniff it and my mouth waters. I close my eyes and a memory of the crack whore resurfaces. He really never calls his mother anything other than the crack whore in these books. I know in the movie they invented his whole going to her grave in a forgiving way thing because that was bullshit. Oh god, we're getting a childhood flashback. Warning! Mommy is home. Mommy is here. She's wearing her biggest shoes and a short skirt. It's red and shiny. Mommy has purple marks on her legs, near her butt. She smells good, like candy. Come in, big guy, and make yourself comfortable. She's with a big man with a big beard. I don't know him. Not now, maggot. Your mommy has company. Go play in your room with your cars. I'll bake you a cake when I'm done. She closes her bedroom door. Yep. Oh yeah, cats are very good. My cat tries that. Because as soon as I get out of bed, the first thing he does is run to his spot where he likes to be fed because he will not eat food out of a bowl. He just wants a pile of food at a designated spot that he has chosen on a table and has decided that that is his spot where his food goes. So I just put a scoop of kitty food in a pile and he's perfectly happy. He eats this. He will not eat crumbs though. The second he bites into a piece of food, if it breaks into 3 pieces, whatever stays in his mouth, he will eat. But if a crumb drops out, he will never eat his crumbs. Ever. I can shove them into a pile that is bigger than the amount of cat food that he gets. He will not eat his crumbs. Ever. It is beneath his dignity to bite into anything less than a full piece of kibble. And so every morning he sits there and he's like, ah, feed me my breakfast. As soon as I get out of the bathroom, he's like, ah, breakfast. And as soon as he's fed, perfectly content kitty, happy kitty. He repeats this at dinner time. Even if he's still got half his breakfast there, because he doesn't always eat all his food. So even if he's still got half his breakfast there, when it's dinner time, and it has nothing to do with being hungry. It has to do with obey me, human. I am in charge of you, person. Feed me what I demand to be fed, because I am kitty, and I'm in charge of shit. Right? Yeah, it was the whole, black cats crossing your path. Yeah, my grandmother was superstitious. We're debating on that. I hear a ping of the elevator and I turn around expecting to see Anna walk back in, but it's Taylor with 2 men, one holding a briefcase, the other as broad as he is tall, carrying himself like hired muscle. Mr. Gray, Taylor introduces the younger, smarter man who's carrying the briefcase. This is Luis Astoria from Astoria Fine Jewelry. Ah, thank you for coming. My pleasure, Mr. Gray. He's animated. Excuse me. His ebony eyes are warm and friendly. I have some fine pieces to show you. Excellent. Let's look at these in my study if you'd like to follow me. I know immediately which platinum ring I want. It's not the biggest, it's not the smallest. It's the finest and most elegant. With a 4-carat diamond of the highest quality, grade D, and internally flawless clarity. It's beautiful, oval-shaped, in a simple setting. There are others that are too fussy, too gaudy, not right for my girl. You made a fine choice, Mr. Gray, he says as he pockets my check. I'm sure your fiancé will love it, and we'll get it resized if necessary. Thank you again for coming. Taylor will see you out. Thank you, Mr. Gray. He hands me a ring box and leaves my study with Taylor. I take one more look at the ring. I really hope she likes it. I place it in my desk drawer and sit down. I wonder if I should call Anna just to say hi, but dismiss the idea. Instead, I listen to her message once more. Hi, it's me, Anna. Are you okay? Call me. Just hearing her voice is enough. I return to my work. This is unhealthy. While I'm on the phone with the Airbus engineer, I stare out the window at the sky. It's the same blue as Anna's eyes, and the Eurocopter specialist is due on Monday afternoon. He's flying in from Marseille province, near our headquarters in Margenan, to Paris, then to Seattle. It's the earliest we can get him here. We're fortunate that our base in the Pacific Northwest is Boeing Field. Good, just keep me informed. We'll have our people all over the aircraft as soon as she arrives here. Tell them I'll need their initial findings either Monday evening or Tuesday morning. We'll do it, Mr. Gray. I hang up and turn back to my desk. Anna's standing in the doorway watching me, looking pensive and a little worried. Hi, she says as she enters my study and walks around my desk until she's standing in front of me. I want to ask her why she ran, but she preempts me. I'm back. Are you mad at me? I sigh and lift her into my lap. Yes, I whisper. You ran from me. And last time you did that, you left me. Again, in his head, not out loud. Say the quiet part out loud, you idiot. You'd get a lot further. I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. She curls into me and rests her hand on my hand and her head against my chest. Her weight is a comfort. So she's curled in his lap like a child. Again, the infantilizing. And you can tell E.L. James was starting to write the Mister when she wrote this, because the infantilizing is creeping in on both. It's way worse in that one, but it's definitely creeping in here. And this was not in the original telling of the books. The infantilism wasn't there. That's new. But as soon as I touch her, I want more. My desire is like an electric current through my body. It jolts me awake and makes me feel alive. I run my hand up her thigh. Besides, this dress has its advantages. She looks up, her eyes smoky, and I bend to kiss her. Oh god, they're gonna fuck again. Why is there more sex? Our lips touch and my tongue teases hers and my libido lights up like a solar flare. I feel it in her too. She grabs my head between her hands and her tongue wrestles with mine. I groan as my body responds, growing hard, wanting her, needing her. I nip her lower lip, her throat, her ear. She moans into my mouth and yanks my hair. Anna. I unzip my pants and free my erection. Why is it always freeing his erection? Why is it that phrase 497 times? Why is it that? And pull her astride me, stretching her lacy underwear to the side and out of the way. Girls, can you just imagine you curl up in somebody's lap just for comfort, and then immediately they unzip their pants and go boing and push her panties aside and are ready to fuck? Is this okay? No, this is not okay. Because I don't care if you're a couple, this is not consent. Stretching her lacy underwear to the side and out of the way, I sink into her. So literally, she's on his lap. She's curled on his lap, and he just unzips, pushes the panties, and boink right into her. No conversation, no consent. This took like 5 seconds from her curling up in his lap to her popping his dick out and putting it in her. This is not okay. Okay? Like, that is rape in every sense of the fucking word, and I don't care that they're a couple. That doesn't mean you don't ask for consent. You don't have blanket consent. Oh, we have a thing. Okay, apparently we have a couple of new ducks. Because we got PayPal'd. So we got, based on that, we got 3 new ducks. So one of them has a name. Sorry, I just noticed, but person who sponsored the ducks, please still be around. Okay, the first one has been granted a name, so after that we will have 2 more ducks that need names. Okay, closing my eyes. I'm not looking. Wait, I gotta make sure it's on the screen. Okay, I'm keeping the bag at this level. Okay, I'm keeping the bag at this level. I'm closing my eyes. I'm not looking. So this is the duck that has a name, and we're gonna spin them around and see which duck gets to have the name that already got chosen, because there's already one name. We're gonna need a couple more. So here we go. Oh, that one. Okay. So this, we got the bunny duck, and its name has been pre-designated as Jethro. So this is Jethro the bunny duck. All right, but we got 2 more. So I'm not looking. And we scramble it all around and around. Then we grab this one. What do we get? Dracula duck! I was hoping for this one. I love Dracula duck. I love that we have a Dracula duck because it's got bangs. Look, it's got bangs. Look, it's got bangs and red eyes and a bow tie, and it's got a cape. And this is Dracula duck. Okay, so that's 2. All right, last one. Not looking. Please be a good one. I got this one. What did I get? Cowboy duck. All right. You got Cowboy Duck. He's got a sheriff's badge. It's Sheriff Duck. Should we call it Sheriff Duck? I say we call it Sheriff Duck because it's got a badge. So Sheriff Duck. Okay. I like Libby Doe. I'm going to, if allowed by the person who bought these, I'm going to name the Sheriff Duck Jethro because that's the most appropriate one. So we need a name for Bunny Duck and Dracula Duck. And again, the person who sponsored them has first dibs, so I'm going to wait to hear from them. But I'm going to write these down before I forget, because I forget everything. Because things fall out of my head a lot. Because brain damage. Bunny Duck, Dracula Duck, and Sheriff, and I can never spell that word right in my life. Duck, that is going to be the Jethro. Okay, Sheriff Duck is Jethro, so Bunny Duck and Dracula Duck need names. For now, they will crowd in with the usual crowd because I haven't built their own stage yet, but now I have a reason to. Now I have ducks to put on it, so next week we will definitely have an expanded duck stage, and I will get on with the painting. I haven't found my paints yet, that's the problem. I found the brushes, but I haven't found the paints yet. So I will find the paints, and we will make it work, because that is how we roll. So we have our new ducks, and we have Jethro. I feel like that's taken though. Isn't that from something? I feel like that's from something. I don't remember what. I know, right? I know the song. Kentucky Sheriff Sean Mickey Stein. If that's a real person, do I want to know why? Do I even want to know? Alright, we gotta read, because I don't want to be up all night. We are now down to our final, we have 19 pages. We are counting down. I know it was a song. It was the somebody shot the sheriff. Who shot the sheriff, I think is the song. I don't even know when it's from or who did it. But I've heard it. I know it's like pre 85-ish. I'm not sure. Yes, but we're having non-consensual sex. Her hands grip the back of my chair, and the creak of the leather gives her away. She stares down at me and begins to move, up and down, fast. Her rhythm is quick and frenetic. By the way, this is the 3rd time they're having sex today. I have my limits. There's a desperation in her movements, as if she wants to make amends. She has nothing to make amends for. She can wear a short skirt if she fucking wants to. She doesn't have to apologize to you. And now we've firmly established, not for the first time, but we've established that yes, she gives him sex to appease him. It was Bob Marley. Aw. I should have known that. I feel like I should have known that. Great song, yeah. Totally great song. Slow, baby, slow. I put my hands on her hips and slow her down. Easy, Anna. I want to savor you. I capture her mouth and she moves at a gentler pace, but her passion is in her kiss, and I touch her as she tugs my head back. Oh, baby. She moves faster and faster still. This is what she wants. She's building. I feel it. Climbing higher and higher as she moves faster and faster. Ah. She falls apart in my arms and she takes me with her. That's possibly the laziest sex scene I've ever fucking read, and I've read thousands. I like your version of sorry, I whisper. And I like yours. She nuzzles my chest. She has nothing to be saying sorry for. He should be the one apologizing, not her. And again, she appeases him with sex. Whenever he's about to get angry because she's afraid of him, and she's afraid that he's going to beat her like he did with the belt and it'll be too much. She's afraid he's going to beat her and get scary and terrifying, so she just gives him sex to shut him up, basically. And they both know this. But he thinks it's okay, and she doesn't know any better because she's stupid. Christ, Anna, you want more? No, your work. I'll be done in half an hour. I kiss her hair. I heard your message on my voicemail from yesterday. You sounded worried. She hugs me. I was. It's not like you not to respond. I kiss her once more and we sit in quiet peacefulness togetherness. I hope she's... Peacefulness togetherness. I hope she always sits in my lap like this. She fits perfectly. Finally she shifts. Your cake should be ready in half an hour, she says as she stands. Looking forward to it. It smelled delicious, evocative even, while it was baking. She leans down and plants a tender kiss at the edge of my mouth. I watch her sashay out of my study and I zip up my jeans and feel lighter. I turn and look at the view from the window. Yes, because this is the retelling of the original 3 books. The original 3 books are from her point of view. These are the same books being retold from his point of view. So yes, there's 3 of them. Okay, thank you very much. Right. Yeah, and the next book, by the way, it's 300 pages longer than this one. Late afternoon and the sun is shining, although it's beginning to dip towards the sound. There are shadows on the streets below. Down there it's already dusk. But up here the light is still golden. Maybe that's why I live here. To be in the light. I've been striving for it since I was a small boy, and it's taken an extraordinary young woman to make me realize that. Anna is my guiding light. I'm her lost boy. Now found. Gag me with a fucking stick. Anna is standing with a frosted chocolate cake that's adorned with a solitary flickering candle. She sings happy birthday to me in her sweet musical voice, and I realize I've never heard her sing. It's magical. I blow out the candle, closing my eyes, and make a wish. I wish that Anna will always love me and never leave me. I've made my wish, I inform her. The frosting's still soft. I hope you like it. I can't wait to taste it, Anastasia. She cuts us each a slice and hands me a plate and a fork. Here goes. It's heavenly. The frosting is sweet, the cake moist, the filling, this is why I want to marry you. She giggles, relieved, I think, and watches me devour the rest of my cake. Anna's quiet in the car on the way to my parents' place in Bellevue. She stares out the window and gives me the occasional glance. She looks sensational in emerald green. There's light traffic tonight, and the R8 roars along the 520 bridge. About halfway across, Anna turns to me. There's an additional $50,000 in my bank account this afternoon. And? You don't. Anna, you're going to be my wife. Please, let's not fight about this. She takes a deep breath and is silent while we cruise just above the pink and dusk waters of Lake Washington. Okay, she says. Thank you. You're most welcome. I breathe a sigh of relief. See, that wasn't so hard, was it, Anna? Again in his head. Some of them should be. You're allowed to. The book deserves it. On Monday, I'll take care of your student loans. So sending her the 50 grand at the beginning, now he's just going to pay off all of her student loans without her permission or her knowledge. Yes, and then some. Ready to face my family. I switch off the RA ignition and parked in my parents' driveway. Yes. Are you going to tell them? Of course. I'm looking forward to seeing their reactions. I'm excited. I step out of the car and open her door. It's a little cool this evening, and she pulls her wrap around her shoulders. I take her hand and we head to the front doors. The driveway is choked with cars, including Elliot's truck. It's a bigger party than I had anticipated. Carrick opens the front door before I can knock. Christian, hello. Happy birthday, son. He takes my hand and engulfs me in a surprise hug. This never happens. Thanks, Dad. Excuse me. Anna, how lovely to see you again. He gives Anna a quick, affectionate embrace and we follow him into the house. There's a loud clatter of heels and I expect to see Mia running down the hallway. But it's Catherine Kavanaugh. She looks mad. No fucking duh. You too. I want to talk to you, she gripes. Anna gives me a blank look and I shrug. I have no idea what Kavanaugh's beef is, but we follow her into the empty dining room. She shuts the door and turns on Anna. What the fuck is this? She hisses and waves a piece of paper at her. Anna takes it from her and reads it. Almost immediately she blanches and her startled eyes meet mine. What the hell? Anna steps between me and Catherine. What is it? I ask, feeling anxious. Anna ignores me and addresses Kavanaugh. Kate, this has nothing to do with you. Catherine is surprised by her reaction. What the fuck are they talking about? Anna, what is it? Christian, would you just go, please? No, show me. I hold out my hand and she reluctantly passes the piece of paper to me. It's her email response to the contract. If one of your friends found that contract in your room with the name of someone you were dating, what would they do? Please, make my life better and tell me. Shit. What's he done to you? Catherine asked, ignoring me. Correct. Again, her friend is the only real person in any of this, and she's right! That's none of your business, Kate. Anna sounds exasperated. Where did you get this? I ask. Kavanaugh blushes. That's irrelevant. But I stare at her and she continues. It was in the pocket of a jacket, which I assume is yours, that I found on the back of Anna's bedroom door. She scowls at me, ready for battle. Have you told anyone? I ask. No, of course not. She snaps and has the gall to look offended. Good. I walk over to the fireplace and taking a lighter from a small porcelain bowl on the mantelpiece, I set fire to the corner of the printout and let it float, burning into the grate. Both women are silent, watching me, because that's not suspicious at all! Once it's reduced to ashes, I turn my attention back to them. Not even Elliot. Anna asks. No one, Catherine says, and she sounds emphatic. She looks a little puzzled and maybe hurt. I just want to know you're okay, Anna, she says, concerned. She's not okay. She's been brainwashed by a cult leader. It's a cult of one for now, but she's absolutely been brainwashed. Unseen by both of them, I roll my eyes. I'm fine, Kate. More than fine. Please, Christian and I are good. Really good. This is old news. So, like 2 weeks old. Please ignore it, Anna pleads with her. Ignore it, she says. How can I ignore that? What's he done to you? She's right! He hasn't done anything to me, Kate. Honestly, I'm good. Except for raping you and drugging you repeatedly and brainwashing you and manipulating you and twisting every feeling you ever fucking had. And, tons of other illegal, illicit crap. 150%. Ding, 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 you win the gold flag, because, yep, that's exactly what he was doing. Exactly. Hi, you're a puppy. Hi, you're a puppy. Hi. His emotional support doggy things are going off because mommy's getting loud and you can hear the distress in my voice. So he's going, I think you might need me. Okay, go on your pillow. I know, I'm not going to pick you up right now. I know, I'm being a bad mommy. I know I'm being a bad mommy and I'm denying your comforting. I know, I'm sorry, I'm a bad mommy. Go lay on your pillow. Now he's got droopy ears because like, you're not letting me take care of you. And it's my job. I'm trying to do my job and I'm being a good puppy. And I'm doing my job. Go sleep. Okay? Yes, I love you too. Yes, I love you too. Everything's okay. Mommy's okay. Yes, mommy's okay. I know you heard the voice, but I'm okay. Yes, it's okay. Stop giving me the suspicious face. It's okay. Lay your little head down. It's okay. Yeah, there we go. Yes, mommy's okay. He hasn't done anything to me, Kate. Honestly, I'm good. Really, she asks. For fuck's sakes. I wrap my arm around Anna and stare at Catherine, and he's on my leg, trying and probably failing to keep the animosity out of my expression. Anna's consented to be my wife, Catherine. Wife, she exclaims, her eyes widening in disbelief. We're getting married. We're going to announce our engagement this evening, I inform her. Yes, it is. That's very much what it is. All right, up. Come on, one chance. Up, now. Okay. He will not be put off. He's very good at his job. Yeah, I can swing that, but type it to me in Discord or I'll forget. I really do. For anyone who doesn't know, I really do have short-term memory loss due to brain damage. So if you tell me something and then you don't tell me again 50,000 times over the next 12 hours, it falls out of my brain and I won't remember. And I've been drinking. So Discord, message me, yes, and tell me what it's for. And do I need to do a voice? I can do a range of different accents or period accents or levels of, women. So tell me what you want, what you need. Oh, I can do that. So this other day, we were on Rodeo Drive, and I saw this hat in a window, and it was such an ugly hat because it was so too big. And where would you even wear a hat like that? Because it was too big and floppy to be at the beach. So where would you even wear a hat like that? And you can't wear it to a dinner party because nobody wears a hat to a dinner party. And so who's wearing a big floppy hat to the beach anyway? And then it's got a hole in the top. So you can show off your hair color, but then doesn't that negate the purpose of having a hat? Because it's supposed to protect your hair from the sun. And so who's buying this big floppy hat? And why is it in the window of Neiman Marcus? This stupid floppy hat, and I used to like them, but they're so old now, and I feel only old people shop there. And so if you're young and everything, then you want to go to new stores, but all the new stores are so retro nouveau, and so they don't even have anything good, but they think they do, and then they just charge $1,000 for some stupid short skirt that was out of fashion 4 years ago anyway. And so who even shops there anymore? And I'm just so sick of everything. And where should we go for lunch? That was a little coked up Valley Girl, but there you go. Yes, it's a puppy. It's a puppy, it's a puppy, it's a puppy. As if, yes, as if, because I saw this girl walking on Santa Monica Boulevard and she had like the ugliest shoes on, and I almost felt like obligated to stop her and tell her how ugly her shoes are, because you can't be walking around in ugly shoes like that, because who's ever going to want you if you're wearing ugly shoes like that? And isn't this just common knowledge? And I know like sometimes you can be like overwhelmed or underwhelmed. Can you ever just be whelmed? Yes. Yes, 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 and yes. This was written as an architectural manual. This was written to be the ideal for a whole generation of young religious women. One of my favorite lines in later seasons of Handmaid's Tale ever is one of the architects of Gilead, the guy who thought it up and designed it, and he's the brains and the power behind all of it. And he says, I wanted to recreate the world. I had to use men of religion for my purpose, and it is followed closely by these are men of religion. Of course, they're kinky. When he's being called out for the fact that the commanders are all depraved sex perverts who are abusing the shit out of their handmaids, driving them to suicide and murder. And he's like, yeah, of course they're kinky. They're men of religion. They're repressed conservative idiots. So yeah, they're kinky as fuck and they're perverted and evil. That's what you get when you do that. But I'm glad you like my audition as Dingy Blonde. You know, I can make modifications if you want a southern accent or something like that. I can do that. I can do a southern accent as well as several others. So again, message me on Discord, remind me of the time and what you need, and if there's a script, send it to me, and yeah. I will be there for you. Okay, I have to put you down on your pillow because I kind of need this arm back because I need to read a thing. So I need my arm back. He's pretending he's asleep and that he can't hear me. Okay, you can still hear me. I'm sorry, I'm distorting your puppy world. I know. I'm not being a good mommy. I know. I'm not being a good mommy to you. I know. I will cuddle the stuffing out of you later, okay? You're gonna curl up on your pillow. Because mommy's okay. I promise. You're being a good boy. You did your job. Yes, you did your job. You're a very good boy. I'm very proud of you. Okay? Yeah. Okay. Yes, you have some pillow time. And I will take excellent care of you later. What I remember is that every time the GOP holds a conference, use of Grindr in that city goes up 800% minimum. Also, to this day, my favorite political scandal in the world is GOP, Christian, right-wing, conservative, anti-abortion, anti-gay, homophobic, hateful, disgusting bastard gets outed in gay sex scandal, drug-fueled binges with pictures. That is still my favorite. Conservative, homophobic as fuck, politician with a wife and 75 kids gets outed in gay sex scandal and coke was involved. Hell yes, that is my favorite all day long. And it happens with a steady regularity, which should really tell you something. We're getting married. We're going to announce our engagement this evening, I inform her. Oh. Catherine stares at Anna stunned. I leave you alone for 16 days and this happens. Okay, by the way, if we're taking that as the official count of when the roommate left with the brother, then their entire relationship has happened in... Yeah, this lowers it. Their entire relationship up to this point right now, if she is correct and the 16 days are to be taken literally, their entire relationship has happened in about 23 days. So they are 23 days from meeting to engaged. It's very sudden. So yesterday when I said, she stops. Where does that email fit into all this? It doesn't, Kate. Forget it. Please. I love him and he loves me. Don't do this. Don't ruin his party and our night, Anna begs. Don't save me from myself, only person with any perspective in this entire tale. Catherine's eyes fill with tears. Shit, she's going to cry. No, of course I won't. You're okay? I've never been happier, Anna whispers, and my heart quickens. Catherine grabs her hands, and even though I still have my arm wrapped around Anna, you're really okay, she asks, her voice full of hope. No, your friend's not okay. This is not the time or place, but she's not okay. Excuse me. Oh, Anna, I was so worried when I read this. I didn't know what to think. Will you explain it to me? She asks. One day, not now. Good. I won't tell anyone. I love you so much, Anna. Like my own sister. I just thought. By the way, she's been given no reason to not think exactly what she thinks. Nobody has said, "Oh, that was a joke," or "It was a game, it was a sex game, it wasn't real." That would be a valid explanation. Nobody's given her a valid explanation. She's just being told, ignore it and don't make a scene right now. That's all she's being told. Which, I'm the friend that I'm going to make a scene. God, my hair is turning translucent. I'm 38 years old and my hair is going white. Oh, God, yes. Well, he found the virgin cure to everything, so you're not going to let that go, are you? 15 pages. 14. 14 pages. I didn't know what to think. I'm sorry. If you're happy, then I'm happy. Catherine looks at me. I'm sorry, I don't mean to intrude. I give her a nod. Maybe she does care about Anna. But how Elliot puts up with her, I'll never know. Well, they've been fucking on a beach for 16 days, so I don't think talking was a lot of what they did. I'm really sorry. You're right. It's none of my business. She whispers to Anna, and there's a knock that startles all of us, and my mom pokes her head around the door. Everything okay, darling? Mom asks, looking directly at me. Everything's fine, Mrs. Gray, Catherine offers. Fine, Mom, I respond. She expresses her relief as she enters the room. Then you won't mind if I give my son a birthday hug. She gives us all a broad smile and walks into my waiting arms. I hold her close. Happy birthday, darling, she says. I'm so glad you're still with us. Mom, I'm fine. I look into her warm hazel eyes and they're shining with maternal love. I'm so happy for you, she says, and she holds her palm against my cheek. Mom, I love you. She steps out of my embrace. Well, kids, if you've finished your tete-a-tete, there's a throng of people here to check that you really are in one piece, Christian, and to wish you a happy birthday. I'll be right there. Mom looks from Catherine to Anna, and satisfied, I think, that nothing is amiss, she winks at Anna as she holds open the door for all of us. Anna takes my hand. Christian, I really do apologize, Catherine says. She has nothing to be sorry for. I didn't have to search, I already knew the answer. Oh, never worry about spoilers. This is the retelling of a story everybody already knew, so I'm not there is no spoilers. It's already out there. I acknowledge her with the briefest nod and we walk into the hallway. Does your mother know about us? Asks Anna. Yes. Anna raises her eyebrow. Oh, well, that was an interesting start to the evening. As ever, Miss Steele, you have a gift for understatement. I kiss her knuckles and we step into the living room. A deafening, spontaneous round of applause erupts as we enter. Shit. So many people. Why so many people? My family, Kavanaugh's brother, Flynn and his wife. His therapist and his wife are at his birthday party. This is not okay. Mac, Bastille, Mia's friend Lily and her mother, Ross and Gwen, Elena. Elena catches my attention with a little salute while she applauds. I'm distracted by my mom's housekeeper. She's carrying a tray of champagne. I squeeze Anna's hand and let go as the applause die down. Thank you, everyone. Looks like I'll need one of these. I take 2 flutes and hand a glass to Anna. I raise my glass in tribute to the room. Everyone moves forward, overzealous and eager to greet me because of yesterday's accident. Elena's the first to reach us, and I take Anna's free hand. Christian, I was so worried. Elena kisses me on both cheeks before I have a chance to react. Anna tries to free her hand, but I tighten my hold on her. No. Somebody says let go, you let go. Honestly, I would not. That's an unforgivable offense in my world. But anyone I was dating would know that. And I don't care if we're in public. I will rip my hand out of yours and slap you fully across the face if you pull a stunt like that on me. I'm good, Elena, I respond. Why didn't you call me? She sounds aggravated, her eyes searching mine. I've been busy. Did you get my messages? I let go of Anna's hand and put my arm around her shoulder instead of pulling her to me. Elena gives Anna a smile. Anna, she purrs, you look lovely, dear. Elena, thank you. Anna's tone is saccharine and insincere. Could this be any more awkward? I catch my mom's eye and she frowns, looking at the 3 of us. Elena, I need to make an announcement, I tell her. Of course, she says with a brittle smile. I ignore her. Everyone? I call out and wait for the hum in the room to die down. When I have everyone's attention, I take a deep breath. Thank you for coming today. I have to say I was expecting a quiet family dinner, so this is a pleasant surprise. I shoot Mia a pointed look and she waves at me. Roz and I give Roz and Gwen a nod. We had a close call yesterday. Roz raises her glass to me. So I'm especially glad to be here today to share with all of you my very good news. This beautiful woman, I look down at my girl beside me, Miss Anastasia Rose Steele, has consented to be my wife, and I'd like you all to be the first to know. My announcement is met with a few gasps, a cheer, and another spontaneous round of applause. I turn to Anna, who looks flushed and beautiful, tip her chin up and give her a swift, chaste kiss. You'll soon be mine. I am already. Legally, I mouth at her with a wicked grin. She chuckles. He really does think that, like, marrying her gives him possession. Like, physical, legal possession. No, he doesn't have any of that. No, none of, no. No, no, no. None of that. Absolutely none. He's emphatically said he doesn't ever want children. Ever. No, he is a serial killer, darling. He is a serial killer. He's killed at least 10 of his former subs and at least 2 other people that we can now put on his body count. He's definitely a serial killer. He uses them like toys until they break and then he kills them. That is what he is. No, Link is entirely right. No. This is why in headcanon he's a serial killer. No, he's definitely a serial killer. 10 of his former subs are dead and buried, and only Taylor knows where. Because when he snaps and kills them, Taylor's who he calls to clean it up and bury the bodies. So we know that. I guess. There are only 2 movies I've ever watched that I never finished because I have a thing that even if I don't like a movie, I'm a completionist, so I have to finish it, or else my like OCD slash neurodivergent will go insane. One of them, ironically enough, and I never understood. They're both movies that like I don't understand why people love them and hype them up. One of them was Into the Woods. I hated Into the Woods so much that I never finished it. I made it about 40 minutes into that movie, and it was so goddamn stupid. And that's the thing, it was fucking stupid. It was fucking stupid. It was useless. It was pointless. It doesn't have a reason to exist. And everyone in it was sleepwalking through their performance and sounded like crap. And I just couldn't. Mm, mhm, 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 mhm. I can't believe that shit won so many fucking Oscars. It's a garbage movie. Fucking garbage movie. Lazy and useless and pointless. Mom and Dad are the first to congratulate us. Darling boy, I've never seen you this happy. Mom kisses my cheeks and wipes a tear and then gushes over Anna. Son, I'm so proud, Karik says. Thanks, Dad. She's a lovely girl. I know. Where's the ring? Exclaims Mia as she hugs Anna. Anna gives me a startled look. We're going to choose one together. I glare at my little sister. She's such a pain in the ass sometimes. Excuse me. Oh, don't look at me like that, Gray. Mia scoffs and she folds her arms around me. I'm so thrilled for you, Christian, she says. When will you get married? Have you set a date? No idea. And no, we haven't. Anna and I need to discuss all that. I hope you have a big wedding here. Her persistence is overwhelming. We'll probably fly to Vegas tomorrow. She looks pissed, but thankfully I'm saved by Elliot, who gives me a bear hug. Way to go, bro! He slaps me on the back. Hard. Elliot turns to Anna and Bastille claps me on the back too. Harder. Well, Gray, I did not see this coming. Congratulations, man. He pumps my hand. Thank you, Claude. So, when will I start training your fiancée? The idea of her kicking you onto your backside fills me with hope and joy. I laugh. I've given her your schedule. I'm sure she'll be in touch. Lily's mother, Ashley, congratulates me, but she's a little frosty. I hope she and Lily steer clear of my fiancé. I rescue Anna from Mia as Dr. Flynn and his wife approach. Christian, says Flynn, holding out his hand, and we shake. John, Rayan, I give his wife a kiss. Glad you're still with us, Christian, Flynn says. My life would be most dull. And Perose? Pen, Penrose? Pen, pen, dyslexia problem. Penurious. Not only do I not know what this word is, I have no idea what the fuck it means, but it's definitely a case of E.L. James going, let's consult the thesaurus.com to try and sound smarter than I am by using a really obscure, stupid word. Penurios. What the fuck does this even mean? Without you. I'm gonna guess it's like ennui or bored or something like that. John, Rayon scolds him, and I introduce her to Anastasia. Delighted to meet the woman who has finally captured Christian's heart, Rayon says warmly to Anna. Also, fun fact, of my favorite show, Hannibal, the guy who played Will Graham, Hugh Dancy, he was actually cast as Dr. Flynn in these movies, filmed scenes in these movies, and then his role got cut. To which he said he was grateful because he was really uncomfortable about accepting the role. And once he realized he was playing the therapist, went, aren't they supposed to have like a professional detachment and I shouldn't be at his parents' gala, ball party, birthday party, whatever? True. True. Hand to God. Hand to God. Yep. He was cast and filmed. So all I can say is that's kind of one of the best ways to get paid because he did the work, he got paid, and then it didn't air with him in it. To which he said he was grateful because he was really uncomfortable about taking the role in the first place. But at the time, it would have been a really big, because he's British, so it was one of his first like coming to America roles. This again, these movies are a couple years before the show Hannibal, which was his big American coming out. So even to be in them a little bit would have been a big career boon, but he was really uncomfortable, like ethically, about the role, and said he was grateful that it got cut and didn't air because he really didn't want to do it. But he basically got shoved into doing it by his agent and manager, etc. Thank you, she replies. That was one goggly. That was one googly you bowled there, Christian. Flynn shakes his head in amused disbelief. What? John, you and your cricket metaphors! No! So the therapist is actually British. Because I know that term because I have British friends, and I know cricket terms because they tell me. And I don't understand it because I don't understand cricket. Because you have to be born English to understand cricket. It's a law. And genetics. But I know it's a term. And so his therapist is actually supposed to be British. That's why they cast Hugh Dancy. I guarantee you that's why they cast Hugh Dancy, because he's British and he's got the accent. Though my favorite blooper of his is him trying to break a car window with a tire iron, and he's hitting it like 40 times in a row and it's not breaking, and he just breaks character and drops the American accent, and it's like, you see, the writers forgot when they wrote this scene that I have no upper body strength. I felt bad for him in that moment. What? Are you serious? I again renew my statement of how much is he overpaying this quack fraud therapist? He's got to be paying him $100,000, $100,000 a session, and he must have plucked him out of obscurity. He's like British Dr. Phil, I swear to God. But thank you so much for looking that up. Thank you. I'm very grateful that you did that. I also hope you remember to take a lunch break, because I know you're working the night shift, so please take a lunch break. Rayan scolds him again, wishes me a happy birthday, and congratulates us, and soon she and Anna are deep in animated conversation. It was quite the announcement, given your audience, John says. I know he's referring to Elena. Yes, I'm sure she wasn't expecting that, I answer. We can talk about it later. How's Layla? She's good, Christian, responding well to treatment. Another couple weeks and we consider an outpatient program. Okay, again, he should not be being told anything! Like, breaking all the laws, breaking actual fucking laws. Yes, it does. Yeah, breaking a car window actually does, especially if you're literally the car window, because it wasn't an actual car, because they showed an actress in the car and she's supposed to be getting away, and then he's supposed to bash it in with her like, but they're not going to put a real actress next to a real exploding window. So what he's bashing is just a literal car door with the window and nothing that's not even part of a car. And he's just bashing it with a tire iron in the dead of winter and everything's frozen. And so he's just like whacking at it, but it's rolled all the way up, so it's inside the frame. And they realized later that was part of the problem, that the frame was basically stopping it from breaking. So what they wound up actually having to do was roll it down so that there was a bit of a crack at the top. And I mean, like this much of a crack just to break that frame. Lower the camera a little bit, and then there was a grip literally lying on the ground in the snow under the car window, holding one of those spring-loaded break the window shit in the corner just off screen. So when he came in and swung the tire iron and started to go like this, they pulled the spring thing, shattered it, so that as he hit it, it went boom, and that's how they got the shot, because that's the only way they could do it. But literally there is a blooper of him with a tire iron just going wham, 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 and he hits it about 40 goddamn fucking times. Hard! He's definitely hitting it hard! And it, nothing. Absolutely nothing. And so it was just like, fuck. It's one of those thoughts you think is going to be simple until you try it. And it's like, oh yeah, props department was all the win for that. They figured out how to do it when it wasn't working. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. Props department gets the gold there. That's a relief. She's interested in our art therapy classes. Really, she used to paint. So she said, I think these classes could really help. Great. Is she eating? Yes, her appetite is fine. Good. Ask her something for me. This is violating so many fucking laws and rules of therapy, and he shouldn't have any part. And she's gonna know that any question from him is from him. And he's the thing she's obsessed with, and he shouldn't have anything to do with. Oh my god! This woman is gonna fucking, and it's his fault. It is his fault. He should be charged with murder for what he's done to this girl. Absolute murder, and the therapist too. Both of them, just as fucking guilty. Of course. I need to know if she moved some photography I had in my safe. Ah, yes. She told me about that. Did she give you permission to tell him? Who should not be involved? Because again, he's the source of her obsession. You fucking ass. Like, again, this is why he's a Dr. Phil hayseed that was plucked out of nowhere. Fucking fuck. What is Aldi? I thought they were a sports goods store. They have food? I love tortellini. I so love tortellini. I should get some of those $5 packs of tortellini. They're so good. And they're cheap. I haven't bought groceries for the month yet. I'm still mulling. But I need dog and cat food soon, so I'm going to have to buy groceries at the same time, because when you get things delivered and you're paying delivery prices and then the service charges for said delivery, which are usually like $30 for nothing. Like literally, how did they get off charging? You charge me $9.99 for delivery for groceries, that's fine. I don't mind that. That's fair. But when you then add on $30 of service fees and charges that nobody can explain what the fuck these are for, and they're actually being challenged at Ontario Superior Court, and it'll go to the federal courts, I have no doubt. Because what the fuck are you charging me that for? What is the $30 for? It's for nothing. But you're charging me that on top of my groceries, and that's why I can't buy as much groceries as I want, because you're charging me $30. Which is like half my grocery budget for the entire month. Basically by not driving, you get penalized hundreds of dollars for having things delivered with bullshit fees that are definitely should be illegal because they're for nothing. And they mark up the prices of things too. That's also true. Like actual Walmart, if say, just as a random example, loaf of D'Italiano bread that I like, in an actual Walmart store, if I was physically in the store, that bread is $2.25. But if I order it from Instacart or Uber Eats, that bread is $3.79. And it's Instacart or Uber who pockets the difference. And they do that to every single goddamn product. So you're already paying more for the product, and then they pile on $30 worth of service fees on top of a delivery fee, on top of taxes. And sometimes, because they're American companies, they don't understand that here you can't tax like groceries. Most groceries don't have tax at all, but sometimes they'll put a tax on things that it's illegal to put a tax on. But how are you going to challenge that? And so, yeah, you just get ripped the fuck off. And then it's like, oh, well, we had to pay $4 each for a really fancy bag to put stuff in, so that added another $30 that we didn't tell you about. We just charge your card for without your permission because our drivers are too stupid to buy the cheapest fucking bags, and it's another way we could rip you off. And they're like, they wonder why like my freezer is like growing icicles because there's nothing in it. Yes, she told me about that. Did she? You know how mischievous she can be. Her intention was to rattle Anna. Mischievous! We're calling this mischievous. No, it's not in the US, Deacon. I live in Canada. Like I said, they're being challenged in the courts, but it doesn't undo it for now. Well, it worked. We can discuss that later too. We're joined by Roz and Gwen, and who I introduced to Anna. I'm glad to finally meet you, Anna, says Roz. Thank you. Have you recovered from your ordeal? Roz nods and Gwen puts her arm around me. It was quite something, Roz continues. How Christian managed to land safely was a miracle. He's an excellent pilot. It was lucky. I wanted to get home to my girl, I respond. Of course you did. And having met her, who can blame you, says Gwen. Grace announces that dinner is served in the kitchen. Taking Anna's hand, I give her a quick squeeze to see how she's holding up. And we follow the guests through the kitchen. Mia ambushes Anna in the hallway, holding 2 cocktail glasses, and I know she's up to no good. Why am I stuffy? Anna gives me a brief panicked look, but I let her go, watching them as they enter the dining room. Mia closes the door behind them. In the kitchen, Mac offers me. Mac approaches me to offer his congratulations. We got like 11 pages left. Please, Mac, call me Christian. You're at my engagement party. Heard about the crash. He listens intensely as I give him the grisly details. My brother has set out a feast, a Moroccan theme. I load a plate while Mac and I shoot the breeze about the grace. As I help myself to a second portion of lamb tagine, I wonder what the hell Anna and Mia are doing. I decide to go and rescue Anna, but outside the dining room I hear her shouting, Don't you dare tell me what I'm getting myself into. Shit, what gives? When will you learn it's none of your goddamn business? Anna rages. I try to open the door, but someone's in the way. The person moves and the door swings open. Anna's bristling with anger, her complexion reddening. She's shaking with fury. Elena stands before her, drenched in what must have been Anna's drink. I shut the door and stand between them. What the fuck are you doing, Elena? I snarl. I told you to leave her alone. She wipes her face with the back of her hand. She's not right for you, Christian. What? I yell, and so loud I'm sure I've startled Anna because Elena jumps too, but I don't give a fuck. I warned her, and I warned her. How the fuck do you know what's right for me? You have needs, Christian, she says, her voice softer, and I know she's trying to placate me. I've told you before, this is none of your fucking business. I'm surprised by my own vehemence. What is it? I scowl at her. Do you think it's you? You? You think you're right for me? Elena's expression hardens, her eyes like flint. She stands taller and steps towards me. I was the best thing that ever happened to you. She hisses with unrestrained arrogance. Look at you now. One of the richest, most successful entrepreneurs in the United States. Controlled, driven, you need nothing. You're a master of your universe. That's a callback to the original fanfic because when she wrote this as Twilight fanfic, it was called Master of the Universe. And she said it was dedicated to her husband, which is creepy and disturbing on so many levels. And in the dedication of all of these books, she refers to her husband, Neil, and calls him the master of her universe in the dedication on every single one of this. She's going there. Fuck. I step back, disgusted. You loved it, Christian. Don't try to kid yourself. You were on the road to self-destruction, and I saved you from that. Saved you from a life behind bars. Believe me, baby, that's where you would have ended up. I taught you everything you know, everything you need. She definitely did save him from jail. I'm not gonna lie. She did. That doesn't make her abuse okay. He was like 16 and she was 40 and she sexually abused a minor for her own pleasure and groomed him to be her one and only, and now she's not getting that and she's pissed. Not saying he wouldn't have wound up in jail without her. That's true. Doesn't make it not abuse. Doesn't make it okay. Cannot remember a time when I ever felt such rage. You taught me how to fuck, Elena, but it's empty, like you. No wonder Link left. She gasps, shocked. You never once held me. You never once said you loved me. Her ice blue eyes narrow. Love is for fools, Christian. Get out of my house, Grace commands in a cold fury. The three of us jump and turn to see my mother, an avenging angel, standing on the threshold of the room. She fixates on Elena, and if looks could kill, Elena would be a small mound of ash on the floor. Yeah, because his mom doesn't know that her best friend, because Elena is her best friend for like 40 years. And now she's finding out her best friend fucked her son and abused him sexually for years. Yep. Nail on the head right there. Yeah, this is why we have concerns for this person. 9 pages. I look from Grace to Elena, her color now drained from her face. And as Grace stalks towards her, Elena seems powerless to move or say anything well under my mother's withering gaze. Grace slaps her hard across the face, astonishing us all. The sound resonates off the wall. Take your filthy paws off my son, you whore, and get out of my house, now. Grace seethes through her gritted teeth. Fuck, Mom. Elena clutches her cheek in shock and blinks rapidly, staring at Grace, then turns and abruptly leaves the room, not bothering to close the door behind her. Mom turns to me, and I cannot look away. I see hurt and anguish written all over her face. She says nothing as we stare at each other. An impressive, unbearable silence fills the room. Finally, she speaks. Anna, before I hand him over to you, would you mind giving me a minute or two alone with my son? It's not a request. Of course, Anna whispers, and I watch Anna leave and close the door. Mom glowers at me, saying nothing, looking at me as though she's seeing me for the first time, seeing the monster she's reared but did not create. Shit, I'm in big trouble. My scalp prickles in acknowledgement, and I feel the blood draining from my face. How long, Christian? She says, her voice low. And I know that tone. It's the calm before the storm. How much did she hear? A few years, I mumble. I don't want her to know. I don't want to tell her. I don't want to hurt her, and I know it will. I've known that since I was 15. How old were you? I swallow, and my heart rate accelerates like a Formula One engine. I have to be careful here. I don't want to cause trouble for Elena. He's still trying to protect her. Even in this moment, he's still trying to protect her. I study Mom's face, trying to judge how she'll react. Should I lie to her? Could I lie to her? And part of me knows I lied to her every time I saw Elena and told her I was studying with a friend. Mom's eyes are piercing. Tell me, how old were you when this all started? She says through clenched teeth. It's the voice that I've only heard on rare occasion, and I know I'm doomed. She will not stop until she has an answer. 16, I whisper. She narrows her eyes and cocks her head to one side. Try again. Her voice is chillingly quiet. Hell, how does she know? Christian, she warms, prompting me. 15. She closes her eyes and it's like I've stabbed her, her hand flying to her mouth as she stifles a sob. When she opens them, they're filled with pain and unshed tears. Mom! I try to think of something to say to take the pain away. I step towards her and she holds up her hand to stop me. Christian, I'm so mad at you right now. I suggest you don't come any closer. Okay, this is his mom being a disturbing fucking cunt. Because you don't be mad at the victim. And he's the victim. When it comes to Elena, he's the victim. You don't be mad at the victim. And I know you're mad and you feel betrayed and you feel like he should have told you, but that's for later. That is what you deal with on your therapist by yourself, who is hopefully not Dr. Flynn, but you don't take it out on the victim, which she is right now. So she's a bad mother right now, and I have the right to say that as a female. I don't know. What cop? Drive safe. You were a cop? Is that real? Yeah, if you ever want to go over this, We could do a video of the many crimes of Christian Grey. We could so do that. That would be great. We should definitely try to rope in a lawyer, though. We should try to get a lawyer in with us to like really have a like university level panel debate about how criminal and how abusive he is and really put it all in perspective. It would take some planning and some researching, but we could rock it. Yeah, we could make a legacy for future generations to learn from off that video. And I believe in doing things like that. I really do. See, I feel like I know what both those acronyms are, but I've had too much wine and my brain is failing me, so please spell. How did you know that I lied? I ask. For heaven's sake, Christian, I'm your mother. She snaps and dashes a fallen tear from her cheek. I feel myself blushing, feeling stupid and slightly piqued at the same time. Only my mom can make me feel this way. My mom and Anna. I thought I was a better liar. Yes, you should look shamefaced. How long did this go on for? How long did you lie to us, Christian? So now she's victim blaming. Air Force and Department of Veterans Affairs. Okay. Yep. So you've got credentials. Fair play. But his mom is so victim blaming right now that it's disgusting. Excuse me. Hiccups. I shrug. I don't want her to know. Tell me, she insists. A few years. Years? Years? She shouts, making me cringe. It's so rare she shouts. I can't believe it. That fucking woman. I gasp. I have never heard Grace swear. Ever. It shocks me. She turns and paces to the window. I stay standing, paralyzed, speechless. Mom just cursed. And to think all the time she's been here. Grace groans and puts her head in her hands. I cannot stand by any longer. I step towards her and wrap my arms around her. This is so new to me. Holding my mom. It also makes her. What a cold, heartless fucking bitch his mother was. Like, no wonder he didn't feel loved when apparently she never cuddled or held her children at all. And she's like a cardiothoracic international best surgeon. So she was never fucking around. And like all the kids are adopted. So yeah, she adopted them in trophies. She's fucking Joan Crawford. You know, she's Joan Crawford as a mom and like duh. And to think all the time she's been here, uh I pull her to my chest and she starts to weep quietly. I've already thought you were dead this week, and now this. She sobs. Mom, it's not what you think. Don't even try it, Christian. I heard you. I heard what you said. She taught you to fuck. She said it again. I flinch. This isn't her. She doesn't swear. It's mortifying to think I have something to do with it. The thought of hurting Grace is excruciating. Notice he doesn't call her mom in his head, he calls her Grace. I'd never want to hurt her. She saved me. And all at once I'm overwhelmed by my shame and my remorse, as most victims feel, and that's why you need a real therapist. I knew something happened when you were 15. She was the reason, wasn't she? The reason you suddenly calmed down, seemed to focus. Oh, Christian, what did she do to you? Mom, why is she overreacting? Yep. Do I tell her Elena brought me under control? I don't have to tell her how. Yes, I murmur. She groans again. Oh, Christian, I've gotten drunk with that woman. Spilled my soul to her so many nights, and to think my relationship with her has nothing to do with your friendship. Don't give me that bullshit, Christian. She abused my trust. She abused my son. Her voice cracks, and once more she buries her face in my hands. Mom, it didn't feel like that. Yeah, abuse at the time doesn't. I can speak from experience. It doesn't feel like that at the time. But you grow up and you realize some things. There's a couple people I should still have put in jail for what they did to me, and I didn't at the time. And I can't say I regret it because I don't believe in regret, but I should have had the ability to, and it wasn't always down to me that I didn't. I was stopped by other people a few times when I wanted to. And I shouldn't have let that happen, but I was young, I had no power, and I was extremely mentally ill. She stands back and swats. She stands back and swats me around the head, making me duck. So now his mom is beating him. You can't write what you don't know. And I say that as somebody who is currently trying to write what they don't know, because I've had to write vanilla sex scenes that I don't know. And it's hard. And it took me like 2 weeks to write one scene, and I was torturing myself. And I was not at all sure that I was good at it. And I showed it to anyone I could to say, does this sound sexy? Does this sound like normal vanilla sex to you? Because I don't know, because I've never had normal vanilla sex. So I don't have a point of reference. And I don't know what it's supposed to sound like. So I asked for a lot of help. And I was really, really unsure of myself, and it was really, really, really hard. And yeah, it is the hardest thing in the world just to write what you don't know. So anyone's writing abuse like this, you know. Which was, I need more words than that. But his mother is now beating him for being a rape victim. 6 pages left. Words fail me, Christian. Fail me. Where did I go wrong? That's a 1%er. That is a 1%er perspective if I have ever heard one. You didn't go wrong. There is no, I'm sorry, rich people, there is no amount of money that's going to protect your children from being abused. Paris Hilton, one of the richest born children in the world at the time, grew up with extreme money. She was violently and physically abused during her childhood at places her parents sent her to, and she never told them. Not for 20 years. Her money didn't protect her. Her parents' money and power, which they were some of the richest, most influential people in the world at the time, it didn't protect her. And there's so many starlets throughout Hollywood that are same stories. I'm sorry, you're saying I'm still extremely mentally ill? Thank you so much. Where did I go wrong? Mom, this is not your fault. How? How did it start? She holds her hands up and continues hurriedly. I don't want to know that. What will your father say? So I asked a question I don't want to know. Again, thank you so much. Fuck. Carrick will go batshit. Suddenly I'm 15 again, dreading another of his interminable lectures on personal responsibility and acceptable behavior. Christ, it's the last thing I want. Yes, he'll be mad as hell. Mom interjects, correctly interpreting my expression. We knew something had happened. You changed overnight. And to think it was because you got laid by my best friend. There's a way to phrase a thing! Right now I want the floor to swallow me up. Mom, it's done. It's gone. She did me no harm. That's not true. Christian, I heard what you said. I heard her cold response. And to think, she puts her head in her hands once more. Suddenly her eyes fly up to meet mine and widen in horror. Fuck. What now? No, she breathes. What? Oh no. Tell me it's not true. Because if it is, I'll find your father's old pistol and I'll shoot the bitch. Mom, what? I know that Elena's taste read into the exotic, Christian. For the second time this evening, I feel slightly dizzy. Shit. She must not know this. It was just sex, Mom, I muttered quickly. Let's shut down that part right now. No way I'm exposing my mother to that part of my life. She narrows her eyes at me. I don't want the sordid details, Christian, because that's what this is. Nasty, sordid, and squalid. She's so reminding me of Emily Gilmore from the Gilmore Girls right now, because this would so be her response. What kind of woman does that to a 15-year-old boy? It's disgusting. To think of all the confidences we've shared. Well, you can be sure she'll never set foot in this house again. She presses her lips together in determination. And you should cease all contact with her. Also, I genuinely hope that you're joking, because if you're not, I will reach through the phone lines and, bitch slap the fuck out of you, because how dare you? So, you better be joking. And I'm not kidding, because it's not okay. And yeah, I needed to say that for me, because if you're serious, how fucking dare you? Mom, Elena and I run a very successful business together. No, Christian, you cut all ties with her. Oh, this is the mommy way of fixing it. No, she can't write that well. That's true. Yeah, thank you, and you better have been, and please don't do it again. No, she can't write that well. No, you're entirely right. Everything comes from somewhere. Everything comes from somewhere. So if you're writing of this topic, it comes from somewhere. Be it big or small or little or short or long, it comes from somewhere. 4 pages left. I stare at her speechless. How can she tell me to do this? I'm 28 years old, for fuck's sakes. I swear that's older than he was originally. But again, a lot of things have been retconned in these books, but I swear that is older than he was. Mom, no, Christian, I'm serious. If you don't, I will go to the police. I pale. You wouldn't. I will. I couldn't stop it then, but I can now. You're just really mad, Mom, and I don't blame you, but you're overreacting. Don't tell me I'm overreacting, she yells. You are not going to have any kind of relationship with someone who can abuse a troubled, immature child. She should come with a health warning. She's glowering at me. And yet, the rich people are still not going to the police because the scandal would be, yeah. And I've been in that situation where I was forced to not go to the police about someone because it would have brought scandal on other people and a situation, even though they didn't deserve that, it would have happened. But I was forced to not go to the police about somebody who should be in jail or dead to this day. If I ever make a hit list, they're on it. They're not high, but they're on it. Okay. I hold up my hands defensively and she seems to compose herself. Does Anna know? Yes, she does. Good. You shouldn't start your married life with secrets. She frowns as if she's speaking from personal experience. See, there's a much better story we're never going to get. Vaguely, I wonder what that's about. But she recovers herself. We're never going to get any follow-up on that at all. I'd be interested to hear what she thinks of Elena. She's kind of in your camp. Sensible girl. You've fallen on your feet with her, at least. A lovely young woman who's the right age. Someone you can find happiness with. My expression softens. Yes, she makes me happier than I ever thought possible. You are to end it with Elena. Cut all ties, do you understand? Yes, Mom. I could do that as a wedding present to Anastasia. What? Are you crazy? You better think of something else. It's hardly romantic, Christian, she scolds. Okay, again, Mom is such the Stepford mom. Which kind of makes you Like, it almost makes you feel why he never felt loved by her, because if she's this cold and calculating about something like this, and all she cares about is public perception and scandal and possible liability or future scandal, like, bitch, if you were protecting your son, if you loved him, you'd be calling the police regardless of what he says or thinks. Because that's a real mother. That's a good mother. Honestly, men, you have no idea sometimes. Sorry to the men in the chat, but this is true. Y'all can be a clueless bunch sometimes. What do you think I should give her? Oh, Christian, she sighs, then offers me a small, wan smile. You really haven't taken in a word, have you? Do you know why I'm upset? Yes, of course. Then tell me. I gaze at her and sigh. I don't know, Mom. Because you didn't know? Because she's your friend? Oh, do you know why I'm upset? Yes, I totally do. Well, then tell me why. I don't know. Then say you don't know. She reaches up and gently strokes my hair, and he doesn't get that it's because she violated her trust and she took advantage of a 15-year-old. Like, he doesn't get it. And I get that he doesn't get it, because I've been the person who doesn't get it. Because I've been the 15-year-old, and younger, and older, and in the same situation, and taken advantage of by friends of my mother. Once when she was 5 feet away, literally with a half wall separating us, and to this day, because I have questions about my mom in some cases, I wonder if she pimped me out to this person. And this was intentional, because sometimes I think she knew. And she knew that I was, like, a sex abuse, sex trafficking victim as a young child, and considered me a whore the rest of my life, and encouraged me to be a prostitute, which I was. And so I think she may have potentially tried to pimp me out a couple times. And this is one of those times where it got caught, and she had to pretend to be offended, and blah, blah, blah. Like, the way I look at it now, as opposed to way I looked at it when I was 12, is very different. But I think in hindsight, she may have known, and there may have been a deal that I didn't know about. It just didn't go according to plan. And I will never know if I'm right or wrong about that. I hope I'm wrong, but again, looking at it as an adult and, view of hindsight, I think she did. And I think it was one of about 3 to 4 times. There were other times where, now looking back, same situation. Again and again and again. So I think, yeah. But there's so much I didn't know until after she was dead. Years after she was dead, I was still figuring out things that had been going on while she was alive, or things that were so wrong towards the end, or what was going on, or what she was involved in, or the people she was involved in, or what came out of it, or what was being done to me at the time when I was just surviving and I was so goddamn mentally ill and out of my fucking mind and starving. Because if I wanted to eat at that point, it was up to me to figure it out. So, and I didn't. So, going like 5 days out of the week with nothing at all, and I mean nothing to eat, and barely having enough water, and still going to school the whole time, that was a regular occurrence for about 3 to 4 years, and that was existence. Yeah, like 4 pages left. Where was I? She reaches up and gently strokes my hair like she used to when I was small. The only place she would touch me, because it was the only place I would let her. And for all those reasons, and because she abused you, darling, and you were so deserving of love. You're so easy to love. You always have been. There's a burning sensation at the back of my eyes. Mom, I whisper. She puts her arms around me, calmer now, and I hug her in return. You'd better go and find your bride-to-be. I'm going to have to tell your father when the party's over. No doubt he'll want to talk to you too. Mom, please, do you have to tell him? Yes, he really does. Yes, Christian, I do, and I hope he gives you hell. Oh my god, he has the worst parents. I'm sorry, they're officially the worst. Your money doesn't make you better. They're officially the worst. He's not to blame for this. He's the victim. He's a child sex abuse victim. And you don't get that. And you're the worst. You're both the worst. You're both officially the worst. I'm now writing off his parents as being disgusting and evil. I'm writing them off completely. Fuck. I'm still mad at you, but madder at her. Her face loses all trace of humor. I never realized how scary Grace could be. I know, I murmur. Go on. Off you go. Find your girl. She releases me, steps back, and rubs her fingers under her eyes to wipe away her smudged makeup. She looks beautiful. So he sees crying, like, disheveled women with smudged makeup as beautiful. Because, again, his mother. This wonderful woman who truly loves me, like I love her. I take a deep breath. I didn't mean to hurt you, Mom. I know. Go. I lean down and gently kiss her forehead, surprising her. I walk out of the room to find Anna. Shit, that was heavy. By a better author, that was heavy. This was abusive crap. On top of abusive crap. Anna's not in the kitchen. Hey, bro, want a beer? Elliot asks. In a minute, I'm looking for Anna. Has she come to her senses and run off? Fuck off, Elliot. She's not in the sitting room. She wouldn't leave, would she? My room. I vault up the first flight of stairs and then the second. She's standing on the landing. I reach the top step and stop when we're eye to eye. Hi. Hi, she answers. I was worried. I know. She interrupts me. I'm sorry. I couldn't face the festivities. I just had to get away, to think. She caresses my face and I lean in to touch her cheek. And you thought you'd do that in my room? Yes. Stepping up beside her, I reach out to her and we hold each other. She smells amazing. Soothing, even. I'm sorry you had to endure all that. It's not your fault, Christian. Why was she here? She's a family friend. Not anymore. How's your mom? Mom's pretty fucking mad at me right now. I'm really glad you're here, and that we're in the middle of a party. Otherwise, I might be breathing my last. That bad, huh? Complete overreaction. He says in his head. He's still defending his abuser. And why wouldn't he? She's the only one giving him any quarter. His family's being atrocious. Can you blame her? Anna asks. I consider this for a moment. Her best friend fucking her son. No. Can we sit? Yeah, his family definitely sucks. Yeah, no, we're not supposed to forget it. That's the point. That's the point. That he is the abused. He is the 1 in 8. It's roughly 1 in 12 now, actually. 1 in 12 children that are sexually abused that grow up to become the abuser. It happens. Because who has the power? The abuser. So they grow up wanting the power and they become the abused to do it. And it happens. Yeah, no, this doesn't come from nowhere. I can speak that as a survivor and an author myself. It doesn't come from nowhere. You cannot write shit like this unless you have lived at least some version of it. You can alter the details to protect yourself and expand on what you know, but you've been through some shit if you can write shit like this. It's not from nowhere. It's not from Google. It's not from watching too much Oprah. Like, it comes from somewhere. And again, the fact that the original fanfic was called Master of the Universe, and she says that's what she calls her husband, and that she attributes all of it to him, and that he more or less forced her to write it and then put it out there, and he used his connections to, get it made into a book and then a movie. There's reasons we have questions about her safety. Yep. Alright, we got 2 pages left. No, 3. We got these two left. That's it. Sure. Here. Anna nods and we both sit down on top of the stairs. Dog hair. Excuse me. I let out a deep breath. I feel liberated. I shrug and it's true. It's like a weight that's been lifted. No more worrying about what Elena thinks. Really, our business relationship is over. Done. Will you liquidate the salon business? I'm not that vindictive, Anastasia. No. I'll gift them to her. I'll talk to my lawyer Monday. I owe her that much. She gives me a quizzical look. No more Mrs. Robinson? Gone. Anna grins. I'm sorry you lost a friend. Are you? No, she says sardonically. Come. I stand and offer her my hand. Let's join the party in our honor. I might even get drunk. Do you get drunk? Not since I was a wild teenager. So now his abuse has been exposed. He's being further abused by his family, and he's about to get drunk for the first time in like 10 years. I don't blame him. For once, I don't blame him. Have you eaten? Hannah looks guilty. No. You shouldn't have to look guilty. Well, you should. From the look and smell of Elena, that was one of my father's lethal cocktails you threw on her. Christian, I held up my hand. No arguing, Anastasia. If you're going to drink and toss alcohol on my exes, you need to eat. It's rule number 1. I believe we already had that discussion after our first night together. So he's back to the shoving food down her throat and being a controlling douchebag. Because, again, this makes him feel in control, which I get he needs right now because all control has been taken from him, and his mom's mad at him for being a sexual abuse victim, and his father is next, and he doesn't deserve that, and he shouldn't be treated like that. And I genuinely feel sorry for how he's being treated in this moment, and he doesn't deserve it. And that's not how you treat an abuse victim, and he really doesn't deserve it. But that doesn't give him the right to then perpetuate that abuse onto her, which is what he's doing. Because he needs to feel in control, and he's using her as the thing that he controls to do that because he feels like shit right now to the point where he's considering getting drunk for the first time in 10 years. So he's at a really low point right now. An image of her lying comatose on my bed at the Heathman comes to mind. We stop in the hallway and I caress her face, my fingers skimming her jaw. I lay awake for hours and watched you sleep. I whisper, I might have loved you even then. Leaning down, I kiss her and she melts against me. Eat. I motion towards the kitchen. Okay, she says. I close the door and bid a farewell to Dr. Flynn and his wife. Finally, I can be alone with Anna. It's just family left. Grace has had too much to drink and is in the den, murdering I Will Survive on the karaoke machine with Mia and Catherine. So Mommy went and got drunk too. Do you blame her? Anna asks. I narrow my eyes. Are you smirking at me, Miss Steele? And this is apparently after the party. Everyone's gone. Now it's just her and family. I am. It's been quite a day. Christian, recently every day with you has been quite a day. Fair point, well made, Miss Steele. Come. I want to show you something. I lead her through the hall and into the kitchen. Carrick, Elliot, and Ethan Kavanagh are arguing about the Mariners. Off for a stroll, Elliot taunts us as we head to the French doors, but I give him the finger and otherwise ignore him. Outside, it's a mild night. I usher Anna up the stone steps to the lawn, where she takes off her shoes and pauses for a moment to admire the view. The half moon is high above the bay, illuminating a bright, silvery path across the water. Seattle is lit up and twinkling as a backdrop. We walk hand in hand towards the boathouse. It's lit inside and outside, and the beckoning light is our guide. Christian, I'd like to go to church tomorrow, Anna says. I don't remember this. What the actual fuck? Nor should you. He's a con artist. He's a con artist, charlatan, fraud who encourages Christian to do his worst, but just makes sure he stays on this side of legally arguable. Oh, when was the last time I was in a church? I recall her background information. I don't recall her being religious. I prayed you'd come back alive and you did. It's the least I could do. Okay, maybe I'll go with her. Where are you going to put the photos Jose took of me? I thought we might put them in the new house. You bought it? I stopped. Yes, I thought you'd liked it. Oh yeah, by the way, he hadn't actually told her he bought the house yet. I've completely overlooked that. But it's true. He didn't actually tell her. He didn't actually tell her that he bought a house that they looked at once. How is that? How is that a thing that there's so much other bullshit that gets overlooked? Last page and a half. Page and a half. So we're coming in for landing. Last chance to buy a duck. I do. When did you buy it? Yesterday morning. Now we need to decide what to do with it. Don't knock it down, please. It's such a lovely house. It just needs some tender, loving care. Okay, I'll talk to Elliot. He knows a good architect. She did some work on my place in Aspen. He can do the remodeling. Anna smiles and then chuckles with amusement. What? I ask. I remember the last time you took me to the boathouse. Oh, yes. I was in the moment. Oh, that was fun. Oh, the time where he threatened to violently beat her and she begged him not to, and then got on her knees and gave him sex to appease him so that he wouldn't violently beat her. And that was the understanding between the two of them. They both knew exactly what was happening. And he fucked her while saying, "This is for my pleasure, not yours. If you come, I will beat you." That is what happened in the boathouse. It was when she was most terrified of him and he was at his most abusive. I didn't say like Freud, like a fraud. His family does suck. Oh yes, I was in the moment. Oh, that was fun. In fact, I stop and scoop her up over my shoulder and she squeals because he's always picking her up. This is so much worse than the other series. Like, I had a tally. I wish I still had it. You were really angry, if I remember correctly. Anna observes while she bounces on my shoulder. Anastasia, I'm always really angry. There we go. There's the true statement. There it is. 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 No, you're not. I swat her behind and slide her down my body when I get to the door of the boathouse. I take her head in my hands. Okay, if I had like a nickel for every time he takes her head in his hands just in this book, I'd have at least $30. No, I'm not anymore. My lips and my tongue find hers and I pour all the anxiety I'm feeling into a passionate kiss. She's breathless and panting when I release her. Okay, I hope she likes what I have planned. I hope it's what she wants. She deserves the world. She looks a little intrigued and caresses my face, running her fingers along my cheek to my jaw and my chin. Her index finger pauses over my lips. Showtime, Gray. I've something to show you in here. I open the door. Come. I take her hand and lead her to the top of the stairs. Opening the door, I glance inside, and it all looks good. I step aside to let Anna go first and follow her into the room. She gasps at the sight that greets her. The florists have gone to town. There are wild meadow flowers everywhere, in pinks and whites and blues, all lit by tiny fairy lights and soft pink lanterns. Yes, this will do. Anna is stunned. She whips around and gapes at me. Last page! He wanted hearts and flowers. She stares at me in disbelief. You have my heart. And I wave at the room. And here are the flowers. She murmurs. Christian, it's lovely. Her voice is hoarse, and I know she's close to tears. Plucking up my courage, I lead her further into the room to the center of the arbor. I sink to one knee. Anna catches her breath. Her hands fly to her mouth, and from my inside jacket pocket, I pull out the ring and hold it up for her. Anastasia Steele, I love you. I want I want to love, cherish, and protect you for the rest of my life. Be mine, always. Share my life with me. Marry me. She is the love of my life. It will only ever be Anna. Her tears start to fall in earnest, but her smile eclipses the moon, the stars, and the sun, and all the flowers in this boathouse. Yes, she says. Taking her hand, I slip the ring on her finger. It fits perfectly. She looks down at it in wonder. Oh, Christian, she sobs. Her legs buckle and she falls into my arms. She kisses me, offering me everything. Her lips, her tongue, her compassion, her love. Her body pressing into mine, giving like she always does. Sweet, sweet Anna. I kiss her back, taking what she has to offer, and giving in return. She's taught me how. This woman who has dragged me into the light, this woman who loves me in spite of my past, in spite of my wrongdoings, this woman who's agreed to be mine for the rest of her life. My girl, my Anna, my love. End of book. Ah! So there's that. And now it's over. And now I will skin it and start recording its many misdeeds and adding its trophy to my wall. And then we will go on to the next one, which is 300 pages bigger. And I don't know why, and I'm afraid of it, but it is. And I still have 2 ducks that need to be named, but the person who named them seems to have fallen asleep, so I'll get back to them later because I know who they are, and I will get back to them. But by next week, we will have a new duck stage for the new ducks because we now have new ducks to put on it. So we will have a new duck stage, and I will get that done. And I will also get on with the painting of the ducks that needs to be repurposed because I have ideas for 6 of them, so I have 6 of them at least that I can paint. So that will be good. And we will get on with that. But right now, I really need some food. Because I desperately need food. And it's really late. It's 1 a.m. But thank you all so much for being here. This is the biggest crowd we've ever had for this long. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you all so much for being here. I know this is not easy. I hope I make everyone laugh. That is the point. I try to make this utter garbage tolerable with some humor and and outrage and dissecting why it's horrible and having a laugh at how bad it is and just expressing some social, like just letting it out for those of us that have experienced it. You know, because there's a lot of women in the chat, and for those of us that have experienced it, we've been there to let it out and be able to scream about it. It's a good thing, and I try to do that, and also to make people laugh, and pets and ducks, because those are all good things. So thank you all so much for being here. This really was a spectacular night, and I had a great time, and I hope you did too. And I love on all of you, and I hope you'll come back next week when we start the next book, which is so thick and terrifying, but we will be here. It's a resale because I refused to give E.L. James any money. So I bought this from a secondhand place for as cheap as possible because I refused to give E.L. James any money. And here it is, and here's how thick it is. And it's got tiny weird font, and it's edited weirder than the other 2. But I'm going to get started on the bird video for that one after I skin it. I will post a photo in general and book club of the skin once I take it off. And then I will start working on the video. Not sure what kind of tone for music I'm going to go for this time. But we'll see. It'll take me a week or 2. But we'll see. Oh, that's okay. School's more important. But try to chime in if you can. We're only once a week. So put me on for background noise while you study for it, so you have like white noise to tune out. I used to do that all the time. But to everyone, thank you so much for being here. Please love on your fur babies, love on yourself, and read much better literature than this. I hope you will all come back next week and join us all for more and sponsor a duck or maybe some cups, because that would be great. But thank you all for being here, and thank you for the new ducks. I will make them a spectacular home. I promise I will. I will make them a spectacular home. I will get right on it. Thank you all for being here. It's been wonderful. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Have a good weekend. Enjoy your tomorrow. Rest up and love on a fur baby always. Until then, I've been Insane Lane. This has been Bad Erotica Book Club. Take care of you. Bye bye.